time we'll call the, excuse me, turn the microphone on. There we go. This time we'll call to order the September 29, 2025 meeting of the Clearwater City Council. If you wish to address the council tonight, please complete a comment card. Comment cards are located by the clerk seated at the right of the dais. When called to speak, please hand your card to the clerk. And those of you who got here early may not know this, but we literally have a crowd wrapped around the building. So I would ask you tonight to be respectful to those who may want to speak on an agenda item after you come to speak tonight. So if you have your chance to give your comments, and then if you don't have anything else to say on the rest of the agenda, if you could vacate the room so that somebody else can come in who wants to speak to another item. So appreciate everyone working together tonight too. And I also want to say too, we know there are a couple issues tonight. People are enthusiastic on both sides. I ask that everybody, to kind of hold applause and because all that does is it just slows up the process. We got a lot of people here tonight, not just on one issue, but a couple issues that want to be heard. And the time it takes for everybody for the applause to end and sit down and transition away really slows us up. And we want to give everyone who came here tonight to say something a fair chance to do so. So appreciate that and appreciate you being respectful to one another. With that, we'll move to item 2 on the agenda, and I ask everyone to please stand for the invocation tonight being given by Pastor Bob Brubaker from the Christ Community Presbyterian Church, and then please remain standing afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Oh God, our Father in heaven, we thank you for your blessings upon this city. We thank you that you have ordained each member of our council here, and we pray that you would give them special wisdom and grace and unity tonight. We thank you for your mercy in the past, but Lord, it's a new night, and we ask you for grace for this special meeting. Thank you for your help and mercy in the past as we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may please be seated. Before we go further in tonight's meeting, I'd like to introduce our dais. To my far left is our city clerk, Rosemary Call.
Good evening.
To her right is our city attorney, David Margolis.
Good evening.
To his right is city council member Ryan Cotton.
Good evening.
To his right and my left is council member Mike Menino.
Good evening.
To my right is council member David Albritton.
Good evening.
To his right is our vice mayor, Lena Teixeira.
Good evening.
To her right is our city manager, Jennifer Poirier.
Good evening.
To her right is assistant city manager, Dan Slaughter. And to his right is assistant city manager, Al Battle. With that, we'll move to item 4.1 on the agenda. And tonight I'd like to call forward our new Clearwater Fire Chief, Chad Pittman, to receive the Fire Prevention Week proclamation. Whereas the 2025 Fire Prevention Week theme, Charge into Fire Safety, lithium-ion batteries in your home, serves to remind us of the importance of using, charging, and recycling lithium-ion batteries safely to reduce the risk of fires in homes and communities. And whereas most of the electronics used in homes daily, including smartphones, tablets, laptops, power tools, e-bikes, e-scooters, and toys, are powered by lithium-ion batteries, which, if misused, damaged, or improperly charged, can overheat, start a fire, or explode. And whereas residents should follow 4 key calls to actions: use only listed products, follow manufacturer recommendations, charge batteries safely, and recycle them responsibly to prevent battery-related fires. And whereas lithium-ion batteries store a large amount of energy in a small space, and improper use of such as overcharging, using off-brand chargers without safety certification, or exposing batteries to damage can result in fire or explosion. And whereas the proper disposal and recycling of lithium-ion batteries help prevent environmental hazards and reduce fire risk in the home and community. Now therefore, I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as Fire Prevention Week in Clearwater, and I urge all residents of the city of Clearwater to protect their homes and families by heeding the important safety messages of Fire Prevention Week 2025 and to support the many public safety activities and efforts led by the Clearwater Fire and Rescue Department. Chief, we appreciate what your department does all year long. Would you like to say just a word or two about Fire Prevention Week?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Council, thank you very much. I appreciate the awareness that you're bringing forward with the lithium-ion batteries. As you said read in the proclamation, lithium batteries are used in so many different things that we need every day. It's a great product, but when used misproperly or misused or not charged properly or disposed of properly, it creates a problem. So this awareness is very good and appreciated. And if we back up about 366 days with all of the flooding that we saw in Pinellas County and Clearwater, that created a problem with lithium batteries as well. So I think the time to address this is perfect as far as the time of the year goes. So again, thank you. Clearwater Fire Rescue will continue this awareness program with lithium-ion batteries and try to make our community as safe as possible.
Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Appreciate all you do. Move to item 4.2, and that is the Public Natural Gas Week proclamation. I'd like to call forward Brian Langill, Executive Director of CGS Energy. Whereas there are approximately 1,000 publicly owned natural gas systems in the United States, serving more than 6 million customers, and whereas the City of Clearwater has owned and operated CGS Energy since 1924 and celebrates 100 years of serving the Clearwater community. And whereas CGS Energy provides safe, economical, and reliable natural gas that is domestically produced, and whereas CGS Energy provides vehicle fuel through the city-owned compressed natural gas fueling station, and whereas natural gas is a preferred energy source by many homeowners and businesses and stimulates economic growth for the local community. Now therefore, I, Bruce Rector, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim October 5th through the 11th, 2025 as Public Natural Gas Week in Clearwater. Thank you, Brian, for coming tonight. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you for recognizing the Public Natural Gas Week. We're going to be celebrating that all next week, along with 1,000 other publicly owned natural gas systems throughout the United States. So we're not alone there. We got quite a few of us out there. In fact, in Florida, we have 31 public natural gas systems within the state here. And with that, over the past 100 years, CGS Energy has been providing natural gas energy to our residents in Clearwater and also in the surrounding communities that we serve as well. So we're very proud of that, and on behalf of all of the employees of CGS Energy and our customers, we thank you, and we will continue to be the energy provider of choice. Thank you.
Okay, with that, we'll move to item 4.3 on the agenda. It's our New Gen presentation. I'd like to call forward Scott Burnham with New Gen.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, staff. Appreciate the opportunity to be before you this evening. Assuming this is on here, there we go. All right. Tonight, I'm here to talk about the results of our feasibility study. I'm going to talk a little bit about, I don't think it's to work here. I'm going to talk a little bit about the introduction and summary of our results, talk about some electric utility basics, Florida market specifics. Click on the wrong page? No. I'm the one to go back, but that's all right. Okay, that's fine. I'll get into some specifics around our feasibility analysis. I'll talk about some comparison to the Concentric Energy Advisor Study, and then conclusions and next steps. As mentioned, my name is Scott Burnham. I am a partner with New Gen Strategy and Solutions. I was project manager for this assignment. I was joined in this assignment by two other professionals, two other companies, Bar Engineering, led by Tom Godosi, and Duncan and Allen, which is a legal firm out of DC, led by John Coyle. Both Tom and John are on the phone right now and available to answer any questions if you do have some. In short, our analysis and our feasibility study started about a year ago. I came before you. We had a kickoff meeting. We developed some strategic assessment, got to understand the needs of the city. Task 2 was the technical, financial, legal feasibility assessment that involved Tom and his group coming out to the field. They came out earlier this year, spent about 2 weeks looking at the distribution system of Clearwater. We put that together into the financial analysis and got some legal input from John Coyle. And I'm here to talk about, prepare the report, and then here to present the results. So one question is, in this feasibility, is why now? Well, currently, Duke Energy Florida, referred to herein as Duke, operates under a franchise agreement with the city. This allows Duke to provide the services, electric use services, and use the easements and the right-of-ways of the city under this franchise agreement. This franchise agreement was actually negotiated in 1995, and it expires December 31st of this year. So the question is what are the city's options? Well, as you did with this feasibility study, one option is to explore the opportunity of developing what we call a municipally owned electric utility, what we refer to herein as the Clearwater MEU. Another option is to enter into another franchise agreement with Duke, and potentially with the ability to adjust some terms and conditions to reflect some of the city's policy objectives. We'll talk about policy objectives within this presentation. When we're conducting a feasibility study, there's some fundamental questions to be answered. And the question is, can the city purchase and operate the Clearwater MEU at a lower price than Duke? And our feasibility suggests that Clearwater would in fact have what we call a lower effective all-in rate. We'll talk about what we mean by an effective all-in rate. How is feasibility determined? Well, we determine the cost to operate the utility for Clearwater Electric Utility compared to the rates that Duke currently charges. Those costs include the purchase power for providing power, wholesale power, and transmission services, the price paid for Duke distribution assets, including going concern and real estate value consistent with state law, cost for severance and reintegration of the distribution system, essentially creating 2 new electric distribution systems, the cost for the Clearwater MEU to start up, to manage, operate, and maintain and invest in the utility operations. Once you purchase this system, then you have the responsibility then to invest to keep it going. We compare that to the existing Duke rates, and the customer's power usage in Clearwater. Duke gave us a fair amount of really good information regarding not only distribution assets, but also the usage characteristics of its customers within the city. So how would the Clearwater MEU recover its cost? Well, it would result in charges to its retail customers, just like your natural gas utility, your water utility. It would issue bonds, revenue bonds specifically, to pay for their assets, and those payment of those revenue bonds remain constant over the study period. Then the charge in the retail rates then would recover its costs on a dollars per kilowatt hour or dollars per customer basis. What are some of the objectives relative to a Clearwater MEU? Well, some of the objectives relative to own and operating a municipal electric utility are affordability, promoting businesses within the city, efficient use of government, and local control and local policies. Affordability, that the city would have the opportunity or potential opportunity to provide electric services at lower rates than what Duke is charging. There's a potential that you could benefit seniors on fixed income. There's also economic development opportunities. Lots of municipal utilities that we work with have economic development opportunity rates. specifically looking at hospitality or healthcare workers, and then promote affordable housing. As I mentioned, you can promote businesses within the city, attract desired businesses. There's a lot of activity going on with data centers currently. As you may have heard in the news, a lot of the municipal clients that we work are getting requests from data centers to move into their service territory because of their lower costs. There's also the opportunity to utilize efficient government, collaborate with other city agencies and other county agencies, including your natural gas system. But primarily, it's about local control. Local control is a tenet of public power. Local policies, effectuating the policies and objectives that you as City Council wish to enact. Things like protecting your tree canopy, providing for more undergrounding of electric lines, safety issues, things like that. So the idea is that you would have the ability to then implement your policy objectives with a municipal electric utility. The summary results suggest that when we look at the Clearwater MEU annual effective rates, they're less than the Duke Energy Florida annual effective rates for all years of the study period. And we'll talk about, again, what that means. The question is, well, how can this be possible? How can the Clearwater MEU offer cheap rates that are cheaper than Duke? Well, one is that the Clearwater MEU can issue tax-exempt bonds, tax-exempt, so revenue finance bonds for a portion of the project cost. We'll talk about some elements are tax-exempt and some are taxable. The Clearwater MEU does not have to pay a return to shareholders, as Duke does, and the Clearwater MEU does not have to pay income taxes. So this graphic here shows what we're calling the effective all-in rate. The blue bar on the top is the Duke rates, and the red or orange bar on the bottom is the Clearwater MEU effective rate for the 30 years of the study. We're looking at a period from 2026 to 2055, approximately 30 years. To develop the Duke annual effective rate, we looked at what was settled. There was a settlement before the Florida Public Service Commission. We looked for 2026 and 2027 rates, established the rates based on that settlement, and then assuming an inflation adjustment to those rates annually thereafter. On the Clearwater MEU side, the effective all-in rate was a summation of the costs. We built the costs up. It was a total of the operational and non-operational costs. As I mentioned, they're going to issue bonds for a variety of the assets and a variety of the reserves going forward. Those bond payments then remain constant over the lifetime of the study. There are certainly limitations on this study. This is a feasibility level estimate relative to purchase price, to reproduce the assets and other acquisition costs. One of the other assumptions within the study is that we're assuming that the Clearwater MEU has the ability to serve the enclave areas in the city. As you're all very familiar, there's a lot of enclave and irregular shaped areas within the city. We're making the assumption that this utility would then be able to serve those areas. And certainly the cost for the assets would vary depending on negotiations and litigation if it came to that with Duke. So let me back up a little bit, talk a little bit about basics about electricity and some of the specifics around the Florida market. Electricity is generated, generally speaking, when things spin. Natural gas, you burn coal, uranium. You spin a turbine that generates electricity. For example, the Pinellas has a county waste energy facility that's burning waste that's then generating electricity. As you are aware, Pinellas County does not have retail customers. It's selling that power back to Duke. On the generation side, there are some FMEA members that generate power. Most do not. Most of it buy power, and that's what we're proposing for the Clearwater MEU as well. Once that generation is created and made, the power is made, it's moved over transmission. Transmission is essentially a high voltage system, high pressure system that moves large amounts of power across long distances. It's moving from the generation closer to the load, and the load is the usage in electricity. For example, there's transmission assets that are running down US 19 within the city. To be specific, we are not proposing to acquire any transmission assets, nor are we proposing to acquire any generation assets. The electric utility does not have to own either generation or transmission to be in business. It can buy those services from Duke and from others within the state. What we're looking at is the distribution system, as evidenced by the area in this red box here. The distribution is really the localized power delivery system. It connects the transmission system, then through substations, and then steps down and then ultimately serves customer energy usage, be those residential, businesses, commercial business, whatever it may be, but the load within the city. When we think about the electricity market in Florida, there are 4 investor-owned utilities within the state. There are approximately 34 municipal electric utilities. Again, this is public power. Provided a list of those, as I mentioned. Some of those that have generation, like Orlando Utility Commission. Some do not, like Winter Park. Winter Park buys their power. There are also 17 rural electric cooperatives within the state. That's also sort of part of the public power system, and again, located in various locations. Typically speaking, the rural electric co-ops, as the name implies, serve less dense, non-municipal areas. In terms of governance for electric utilities in Florida, there is a Florida PSC, the Public Service Commission. The commissioners are appointed by the governor. In some states, they're elected. Some southern states are elected, but here they're appointed. The Florida PSC, amongst other things, reviews rate cases filed by the investor-owned utilities. Investor utilities present a case to them recommending that their rates be changed, generally increased, to cover future costs. Outside parties, known as interveners, file challenges to the proposed rates and go through those and have the opportunity to look at the records and go through discovery. It's a litigated process. It often results in a settlement discussions, as it did most recently when Duke came in for a rate change. And it was those records and decisions that we looked through relative to getting some information for Duke rates. Municipal electric utilities, on the other hand, the rates are generally governed by the city council and or a board instead of the Florida PSC. So if you were to municipalize and form that, then that ultimately that rate setting authority would be with you. So I want to dig into a little bit around the Clearwater, around the analysis we did. The question is, well, what would the Clearwater Municipal Electric Utility look like? Well, it really wouldn't look a lot different than it looks out right now when you look outside your window. You've got distribution runs lying down the street, you've got meters, you've got service drops, you've got the light. We are not proposing that the Clearwater MEU would own generation transmission assets. Again, we're proposing actually that we buy those services from Duke. There's a process by which you go through that's based on cost principles. It's regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, so it's much like a rate case before the PSC, but it's just at the federal level. And so those rates then are determined and are based on cost recovery. We would propose that Clearwater would acquire the distribution assets from Duke. So there's 3 substations within what we're calling the Clearwater Municipal Electric Utility Area Service Territory. That means there's substations. Within those substations are feeders. Feeders are just main trunk lines that come out of substations. Off of those feeders, then there's service lines, and then meters ultimately that serve the customer load. The Clearwater MEU would operate similarly to the way the existing electric utilities operate. For example, your natural gas, your CGS Energy, does not own natural gas wells and or pumping. It buys natural gas on a wholesale commodity. It serves areas not only within the city, but also within Pinellas and Pasco counties. The water utility, the vast majority of the water that you're purchasing is actually purchased through contracts and then distributed to the customers within the city and beyond. So from a structural point of view, the utility would operate similarly to those 2 utilities that currently operate within the city. As I mentioned, when we talk about the Clearwater Service Utility, this is a map drawn up by Bar Engineer, by Tom Gudosi and his team. This is what the proposed service territory would look like. As you can see, we're assuming that you're going to serve all the enclaves. We've also made some assumptions around some of the irregular boundaries towards the north and towards the south there. You can see we've sort of flattened those out a little bit, going down main roads for the purposes of this analysis. You can also see that there are some irregularities along the southern part. Again, Tom and his group were out in the field, made some assumptions about what the best way to develop the service territory was based on the assets that are in the field now. So when we think about developing the total cost and developing the effective annual effective all-in rate, we look at operational costs, we look at non-operational costs, we take those total costs and on an annual basis and then divide them by the total sales of kilowatt hour sales to get an effective rate of dollars per kilowatt hour. Operational costs, as I mentioned, include purchasing wholesale power and transmission services. within the study, we're making the assumption that we're purchasing those from Duke. The city would operate the distribution system, customer billing, and customer care services. But we made an assumption in the study for the first 5 years that the city would actually outsource the operation of the distribution system, maintenance and operations. There are private entities out there that provide these services, while the city decides how they want to staff, if they want to staff that function in the future. And then there's a payment of administrative and general costs, basically overhead and various services provided to the utility on the operational side. On the non-operational side, we recognize that there are contributions to the government, as mentioned within the franchise agreement. Duke is paying a franchise fee to the city, is recovering those costs from the customers right now, and those revenues would then be provided to you. In our analysis, we assumed that you would get those same revenues. Not only would you get those same revenues, but other government agencies within the city and within the service territory would get those revenues as well. We also recognize that Duke provides a fair amount of revenue to community not-for-profits, and that the city would then make those not-for-profits whole as well. How and when how that would sort of work itself out, now that would be determined, but from a feasibility point of view, we put those dollars into the non-operational costs. We made assumptions about cash payments for system improvements. As I mentioned, once you own this system, then you're responsible for maintaining it. There is always an ongoing maintenance requirement, and in our analysis, we're assuming that would be paid for with cash. We're assuming that the city would issue bonds for the assets, both taxable and non-taxable bonds for various assets. From the assets acquired from Duke, they would be on a taxable basis. For assets that the city would develop, they would be on a non-taxable basis. And then bond payments would also be, or bond would also be issued for operations and reserves, again, using a mix of taxable and non-taxable bonds. So again, combining the operational costs, non-operational costs, is how we develop the total dollars, and then divide those by total sales to get the effective all-in rate. So when we think about the ability for the city to issue bonds, the city would, in our analysis, the city would issue revenue bonds. This would be pledged to the rates from the utility operations. This would insulate the general fund of the city, so it wouldn't be relying on the general fund, because this would be revenue bonds, not general obligation bonds. Taxable bonds would again be used for acquiring the private assets as well as establishing reserves. Tax-free bonds would be used for improvements and startup costs. We did review the bond, not only the issues, but also the interest rates and the assumptions around those with bond counsel, Bryant Miller Olive, as well as the city's municipal public advisor, the Public Resources Advisory Group, or PRAG. In terms of the structure of the Clearwater MEU, there are a variety of different ways that this organization could be structured. It could be structured as a department of the city. It could also be structured as more of an independent authority or commission. If it was a department of the city, it would look very similarly to the way your CGS Energy is set up now. And in fact, there's probably some potential synergies there with existing customer and customer billing systems. If it was an independent authority, it could be independent from the city, but still have some city council oversight relative to rates. We recognize that Duke does provide considerable investments in the community. Duke provided this information since 2020. Duke and the Duke Energy Foundation have provided approximately $1.3 million in donations and scholarships, about $1 million in grants and employee matching and voluntary rewards. They do provide contributions to charitable organizations in the Clearwater area, approximately $150,000 a year. They also contribute to Pinellas County area organizations, including those listed above. Duke also has a Share the Light Fund, which is their low-income assistance program. Most all municipal utilities that we work with have a low-income assistance program. We didn't necessarily factor that cost into this analysis, but it certainly would be something that would be a consideration if you did move forward. So when we think about the total cost then, we looked at, again, the projected operating expenses and non-operating expenses. We began this analysis in 2026. So the total 2026 costs, the operating revenues are designed to equal the operating expenses. So operating expenses include power supplies, transmission expense, as mentioned, purchasing those from Duke, distribution expenses, customer G&A, general administrative expenses, Total operating expenses approximately $142 million. Then there's the non-operating expenses, the taxes, franchise fees, the community replacement, all those sort of general government and non-government contributions of approximately $19 million in 2026. There's the renewals and replacement, that's again that investment on an annual basis. And then there's the debt service for the bonds that you've issued. The debt service is approximately $47 million. So total non-operating operating expenses approximately $83 million. We also included some cash flow analysis as the city, as the municipal utility begins to grow, its cash needs increase. So we've included that as well as a line item in the analysis. So when we look at the total $230 million for the 2026 for year one of the analysis, we divide that by the total sales, you get an effective all-in rate of approximately 12.94 cents. And we look at Duke, look at their effective rates is probably 14 cents. And the difference is approximately, which generates approximately $255 million. The difference is approximately $25 million difference in total revenues between the two systems, or about 10% in year one. Now that grows over time. It dips down a little bit. I'll talk about that in a few slides in year two, but then continues to grow. So when you get into the outer years, that number becomes 13, 14% in year 10, approximately 20% in year 20. So one of the things that obviously as the city council, you have the ability to set rates and set rate classes. So when we look at an effective all-in rate, we're looking at, these are current Duke classes. Duke has residential, commercial, industrial, public authority, and lighting. And so we look at the rates that they have published and that we've calculated from the settlement, again, with the PSC. That's how we develop the all-in effective rate. You can see a comparison from rate class if we kept those same proportions as Duke does now with the lower all-in effective projected rate for the Clearwater MEU. You can see the difference of approximately 17.78 cents for residential or to 16.01 cents for residential. And while that doesn't necessarily seem like large dollars because it's dollars per kilowatt hour, it's about a 10% savings for customer in year one. Over time, as I mentioned, the savings tend to increase. Based on the effective all-in rates, and again, that's not how the rate design would be. Ultimately, you'd have a customer service charge, you'd have an energy charge, you'd have all sorts of other charges potentially on your bill. But if we, again, wrap them all together into an effective all-in rate, and we looked at a residential user using approximately 1,000 kilowatt hours in a month, which is about average for this area, the resulting savings is approximately $17.70 on a monthly basis. For a commercial entity using approximately 10,000 kilowatt hours in a month, which is again reasonable, the savings is approximately $115. Obviously, if the Clearwater municipality move forward, MEU move forward, you could customize those rate classes and create different classes in different ways to allocate and assign costs. As you're familiar, Duke conducted a study of their own that was published in roughly April of this year with Concentric Energy Advisors report. These next couple slides talk about the differences between those. Concentric Energy Advisor did not do a field analysis. They relied on just some desktop analyses and some information provided by Duke. But how they came up with their total high-level valuation cost was similar relative to the structure. We had the assets to be acquired, we had separation reintegration costs. They include stranded generation, and we had startup costs. As you can see, they did a high and low analysis. Approximately $540 million is a high value of assets to be acquired, and a low value of $477. Our analysis suggests on a replacement cost, a reproduction cost, new, less depreciation of $371. And so a variance of approximately $170 million or $100 million looking on that difference there. The separation reintegration costs, one of the things we have approximately $70 million. They have relatively high values there because, again, they're assuming the enclaves that you would have to basically reconductor to serve and isolate those enclaves electrically, whereas we're making the assumption that the Clearwater MEU would serve those. They're assuming that there would be stranded generation. The idea of stranded generation is that Duke or some other entity built generation assets with the anticipation of serving that load and recovering those costs over time. And so if that load goes away, then those costs become stranded. We don't believe stranded generation applies in this case, and further, by virtue of the fact that we're buying wholesale power from Duke in the future, then it eliminates that claim of stranded generation. They included startup costs of roughly 136, 122 million. Ours came up to 133 million, so we're actually pretty close there. Of course, we're assuming the development of a municipal operations center of approximately $30 million within that cost. So that's one reason why our numbers are a little higher there. So one of the things the CEA, the Concentric Energy Report analysis, they developed really sort of two sets of analyses based just total on cost. They did not do a dollars per kilowatt hour. They did not do an effective rate analysis, although they did mention that in their report. But they assumed that it would take a while for the municipal utility to form, so they based their analysis on 2029. We based ours on 2026, and there's a rationale for that. I'll talk about that in a minute. The distribution related costs, they looked at market value. They did some market value analyses and some comparable sales. Ours was reproduction costs, new, less depreciation, as well, which is a standard for state law, as well as inclusive of going concern. Their separation and relegation costs, again, they looked at the city municipal boundary. Ours looked at what we're calling the Clearwater MEU service territory, which includes the enclaves, as well as some assumptions around the northern and southern boundaries. Mentioned they have stranded generation that they're counting as lost revenue for Duke. We do not believe stranded generation costs apply to this scenario. It's not entitled under state law, and the fact that the Clearwater MEU could potentially purchase wholesale generation and transmission from Duke then lessens that claim of stranded costs as well. So again, they're looking at a preliminary valuation estimate of around 1.1, 1.2 billion. Ours was 572 million. So you can see there's quite a difference. But again, these are feasibility study level estimates. They are first analyses in terms of this first step. So one of the things we want to talk a little bit about is that clearly there are some concerns around the ability for storm responses and the like. We wanted to make sure that you're aware that we did think of these things. We recognize that operating a distribution utility is not something that necessarily natural gas linemen or water utility folks can do overnight. So we've made the assumption for professional management of distribution operations to focus on the Clearwater area. That operation company would also be there to provide support during storm events. Recognize also that there is mutual aid available through American Public Power Association when storms hit areas, and American Public Power is one of the first groups that move large folks from all over the country to help those in need, their public power entities. Also recognize that Duke, while they have a lot of resources available to them, they also have a very large service territory. And so, their priorities are going to be where their priorities are. That may or may not be the city of Clearwater. We've recognized that not-for-profit contributions from Duke included that in our financial analysis. We believe that we're protecting the general fund, again, through the issuance of revenue bonds, not relying on general obligation bonds. And then we recognize that there is that access to generation and transmission services at regulated rates. So that's, again, through a federal process. So in terms of feasibility and next steps, as I mentioned, the analysis suggests that the annual effective all-in rates are higher than the Clearwater MEU for all years of the study. The effective all-in rates decrease in year 2 for Duke. You can see there's a little dip down there. That's consistent with the Florida PSC settlement. Again, load growth is increasing, and therefore you have more kilowatt-hour sales, but the total revenue is decreasing a little bit, so you have a little dip. But then it's increasing again at inflation beyond that. The Clearwater MEU effective all-in rate is expected to increase at a slower pace than Duke, because there's the fixed bond payments that represent a significant portion of their operating expenses or non-operating expenses. So the question is, what are next steps? Does the city want to move forward with the Clearwater MEU municipalization effort or proceed with the franchise agreement? If moving forward with the Clearwater MEU, then the potential next step would be to develop an appraisal then followed by negotiations with Duke. Hopefully get to a mutually agreed upon purchase price, a wholesale power agreement, and then potentially a start date for operations, as well as to initiate legal proceeding. If the city chooses not to move forward with municipalization, then it would be, the recommendation would be to enter into franchise negotiations with Duke relative to, again, achieving some of the city objectives. One thing is if you do move forward with municipalization, there are off-ramps. There's throughout the whole process before you actually, spend money to buy the assets. You'd have the opportunity then to renegotiate the franchise agreement with Duke. So that's the presentation I have for you this evening. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Again, we've got John Coyle and Tom Godosi, the federal legal, and the engineering staff on the line as well.
Okay. Let's first take questions from the council. So, Councilmember Rumberton.
Okay, this isn't an easy task here, but good seeing you again. We had one-on-ones with all of us a week or two ago, and kind of absorbed a lot of it then. So I told you at that meeting that I had a friend that I grew up with that was on the board of Progress Energy, Florida Power, at the time that we originally signed the franchise agreement. So I said I was going to reach out to her, which I did, and I've got some questions. So first of all, you've showed us, I'll put it to you this way. So here's the area of Clearwater that normally it looks like this. It's a very jagged area, except for the bay down here, all the way around, because we have, we have areas that aren't in Clearwater, little enclave areas, and your suggestion was to just make a straight line and include a lot of those enclaves that are in there instead of trying to go in and out, in and out, in it. Because one of my questions on our first meeting was, why are we half the price of what Duke says it's worth? And one of the things you said was, well, we're just doing a straight cut, and that cuts a lot of cost when you don't have to go in and out for the all the way up. So, okay. But what was brought up to me was, do we need to be talking to Pinellas County? If those enclaves are all county enclaves, do they have a franchise agreement? Are they, those customers, are they paying to Pinellas County a utility tax and a franchise fee? Are we going to have to reimburse Pinellas County for that cost? And what would that cost be? That was something we didn't talk about. And do we have permission from Pinellas County to cut those people into our utility, cutting them out of Pinellas County? How are they going to take that? That's one question. The other question was, talking about the franchise fees and the municipal tax. That's a pass-through fee from the city. It goes through, well, actually it goes from the customer through Duke Energy, and then they put it back to the city. Now, I know if we go forward with this, then one of the main tools we're going to have is eminent domain battle on the property. We're going to have to go to court and fight the eminent domain, because they've already said they're not selling. So we have to do a taking. Janice tells me that her poison pill that she put in there was that, if we go into an eminent domain fight, that if it takes 2 years or whatever we don't know how long it's going to take, but we know it's going to be a fight and it's going to take time. We lose that 16%. It's 16% that goes to the city, and that's one thing we have to talk to the city about. How are we making that up? Because that's a pretty good substantial cost that we need to put in that somehow to know we're going to get it back. So that was my question number 2. And I guess, talking with residents, and, one of the things is, it's a risk. We all know it, but it has a benefit. There could be a lower electric bill. Other municipalities have done that and dropped their rates. We're not just, inventing the wheel here. We're watching what other municipalities done, and there's, 32 other ones that have done this in the state? And I know that there's St. Pete's looking at how we're going to do it, because I think they're next. Our franchise agreement's up in December or December. Theirs is up next year, so. If we go forward on this, the main concern, I think, or one of the concerns with customers is, and you kind of touched on it, was the storm response. Now, this last year, we've had 2 hurricanes. I didn't see one Duke Energy truck out there fixing lines. They were all out-of-state people that came in. I mean, there's probably 5 or 6 different companies that's all they do. And I don't think even Duke Energy has any. I think they have a have a subcontractor that contract all that stuff out with. My third question is, if we go forward with this, you said it's not going to be a problem, but okay, big Duke Energy, little Clearwater, we make the phone call, we need people here. Is that going to be an issue, trying to get people in here versus, we know Duke will take care of it. Now, where we fall on the big Duke Energy scale, like you said, Clearwater might not be the #1 place that they need to be, but that's a concern. And then the other thing is, the wholesale market where we're buying energy. You make it sound like it's just an easy thing. You just go out there and we buy wholesale from the FMPA, Florida Municipal Power Agency, wholesale electric utility market, and we buy from them. I was told maybe they're a little squeamish about selling to a smaller, municipality versus a bigger utility. So that's an issue that I might have too. I need to know a little bit more about that. But those are my concerns, and I'll let other people talk if you can answer it.
Why don't we address your,
Yeah, I'd be happy
why don't
to
we
address
address
your
your questions
questions.
while
Yeah.
this thing
Okay.
here.
So if I could remember them correctly.
All right.
In terms of the Pinellas County, we did not talk with representatives from Pinellas County relative to the enclave, relative to serving those areas. Right? We made the assumption that the city would be able to serve those areas much as they do with water utility and natural gas utilities, and that relative to any revenues that Pinellas County is getting, or however sort of that revenue system might work, those might go to Pinellas County from the city as well. So however that relationship exists is something that would kind of be worked out in the future. We assumed that the areas within the enclaves were representative of the areas within the city relative to customer types, relative to customer usage, and relative to the rates that Duke is charging now. So we made that simplifying assumption for approximately 20% of the total service territory is represented by the enclaves and sort of the flattening out areas, if you will.
Okay, and you're just counting on we'll have a good relationship because we share other utilities back and forth.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what about the 16% franchise and municipal tax?
Certainly. So I'm not an attorney. I can't give you legal advice. My understanding is that even if you do not renew the franchise on December 31st, 2025, that you would still get the remittance of the franchise and the sales taxes through that process. Duke would still have their assets in the easements in the right-of-ways. They would still have to pay for, I believe there was a Supreme Court decision on that. Don't quote me on that, but my understanding is from a legal basis, you would still have justification for getting those revenues going forward.
All right, we need to check on that because that was one thing.
Sure.
And she did mention the word poison pill, so
Yeah.
that got my attention real
Totally
quick.
understand.
Um,
Yeah.
Okay, and then the other thing is the The storm repair
Storm
and
repair,
response.
right. So, you know, certainly that's a very important consideration, right? And because, you know, storm response is a critical thing. We made the assumption if you have a contract with contractors that are operating your system, that they would be dedicated to operating your system and that they would be there during these outages. Not only, so the private company that you're using for that short 5-year period of the analysis would be there to provide storm response. Not only that, we're also making the assumption that you would have access to American Public Power Association. Again, you know, you see all those trucks coming down. Some of those trucks that are coming down into Florida are coming from other public power agencies in Kansas and California and Texas and whatnot, coming here to help as part of their mutual aid program. So there's not a cost to that. We didn't necessarily include any cost around that in our analysis. We made the assumption that they would be available to you. And then the last question I believe you had was about the power market. So there really is no power market in Florida. I should have made that a little more clear. Florida operates on a bilateral contract basis. As other parts of the country, there are markets where you can buy and sell power. Florida, it's all on bilateral agreements, but those bilateral agreements are regulated by the federal government. So it's not necessarily you snap your fingers, you get an agreement. No, you're right. You do have to go through a litigated process at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, much like you would at the Public Service Commission, but for wholesale transmission and wholesale generation services. And they would ultimately decide what those rates are. We mirrored our analysis based on what Winter Park is doing right now, buying power from Duke and the pricing that they're using, because that's public information.
Okay. Well, we know that Duke's going to push back on this because they don't want to lose us, and it's going to be if we decide to move forward, it will be a fight, but just hope it'll be a successful one and we can lower some rates, hopefully.
Councilmember Cotton.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it. I don't really have a question, but more so an answer to the hurricane response thing. You know, I'm one of my duties as a first responder is emergency management coordinator. I'm also a certified FEMA instructor for FEMA level courses to teach those guys how to go and do things. So to anybody who's asked this question or put that out there, I want you to know that, as has already been alluded, there's not only state mutual aid contracts with federal buffering over that. I mean, not just from around the nation, but we've seen trucks from Canada that come to help restore power for Duke, is who our provider is now. The difference is I'm going to point back to Helene and Milton with the city and look at our debris removal response. Because of the city's contracts in which we already had, they were specifically ready to go to come in, clear our debris, and we were one of the first cities to be back on a healthier track to getting back to a new sense of normalcy. We would do similar contracts and have those in place with linemen and those crews ready to go, probably in the very same staging area as Duke's folks, that would be dedicated strictly to Clearwater. So that's who they're coming in to fix our services for our residents, our businesses, to get us back and running. They're not going to an area of most need and then starting to reassess and shift resources to the area of next most need. They're coming to us. They'll be coming to fix our things.
Anyone else? Questions? Vice Mayor, do you have any?
They were all answered.
Councilmember Menino.
Thank you, Mayor. I only have 15, so stay with, no, I'm just kidding. No questions. First of all, thank you and your team for all the work you did, very diligent. It's a long process, and it's appreciated on our end. Again, we asked you to come to the table and assist us is because we don't have all the answers. And as a city and as a council, we committed to nothing more than a feasibility study. And the heart and motive of that was not for control and government takeover, correct? It was, can we find a way to ease the stresses of financial burdens on our customers, on our residents in Clearwater? And that was the ultimate goal of it. We obviously have some other objectives that were vitally important to us. Things other than cost were reliability, recovery, and restoration during storms. We all have PSTD, right? We're all in that same place. I get it. We would almost all prefer to pay a bit of a premium to make sure that we had reliability and that we had restoration and that peace of mind. And as well as it's very important to us that you put the component in of community support. Duke does a lot for our community, and it's greatly appreciated on so many levels of our nonprofits and the school systems. So it was very important for us that you built that model into it. So I thank you for listening and being receptive to that. Again, all we committed to was a feasibility study. I think what you said towards the end of it was, this is just the first step in the analysis. This is a low-level analysis of feasibility, getting us to that yes or no and what a cost looks like. I'm committed to continue getting the answers we need to make the best decision for our residents of Clearwater. And I think in that, the next steps would have to be, what does appraisal look like? A first low-level feasibility study doesn't give us those clear answers. We need to take that next level. So my direction to staff and advice would be, let's move forward with appraisal, see what that looks like. You described several off-ramps that we have built in. We can use those if needed, but I believe in the best interest of the Clearwater residents, let's get these clear answers that we need and make sure we're checking those boxes of cost, reliability, restoration, as well as community support. Once we have those answers, I think we'll be better equipped as a council and as a city to make those decisions. But I greatly appreciate all the efforts.
Councilmember Cotton?
Yeah, just a question for you, Mr. Mayor. Are we looking for a motion at this point? Are you looking to give public comment first, and I'll have another ability to say more thoughts? What are you?
I think what we'll do is now we're going to take public comment, and we'll come back and discuss it further.
Thank you, sir.
I think we might. We've got a lot of people here that want to, I assume, want to say something, so we want, thank you for your patience in coming out tonight. I do have one question for you before leave. So there's a group called Edison Electric Institute. It's an association that represents investor-owned utilities. And they have been, they've been circulating on social media this advertisement that says Clearwater is considering a government takeover of the energy grid with a price tag of over $1 billion in new debt. That means higher energy cost and tax increases for every residence. Is that accurate?
I don't believe that's accurate.
Okay. And you pointed out earlier, and we've heard this from, there was also, I don't think there were robocalls, because they were talking to a person and convincing them to call the city council's office and me, and offering to connect them with our office to lodge their complaints. But they were giving the impression that there would be a tax increase. And you're sharing tonight that the cost of assuming control of the electric utility service would be bonded and passed on to ratepayers over time. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, we were proposing using revenue bonds, specifically not general obligation bonds, but revenue bonds that are pledged to the future revenues of the electric utility sales. So it's basically through the charges, through the rates that you charge, you would pay those bonds. It's not taxes.
And I asked that about this Edison Electric, and I'm assuming Duke is part of that because it's Investor-Owned Utilities Association. Because I think we've probably gotten 30 emails since we got here at 5:30 tonight, where it's people, and we've had people complain that they're clicking on it, thinking that they're in support of our taking, assuming control, but yet they don't realize that from the way this is set up. And then it's the exact same wording every time and only has a name on it. So we've responded back. I've responded back to as many as I could. I couldn't today because they were coming in so fast. I don't know if they're truncated, so we're just getting spammed by this Investor-Owned Utility Association. What appears to be misinformation. I just want the public to know if you're getting this and that reaching out to us like some of you have, that's the best way to go through this kind of thing. It's to see the same email, only a different name, no contact information, no personal thing. It's just not helpful. So I apologize for that. And the phone calls, I called everyone back that I could. It was largely elderly people in their 70s, and completely confused by what the telemarketer was telling them. And when I explained it, they apologized and said that they understood. And believe it or not, elderly residents in Clearwater are in favor of paying lower rates if we can find a way for them to do that. I couldn't believe that, but evidently they would like that if we can figure out a way. Just for the public, if you've been getting calls or if you've seen this, that's what this is about. And tonight, we just had you to come here present, and that's why I encourage many to tune in tonight, to follow this, to hear your report, And then after they've heard it all, make their judgment. And then after we have the folks come tonight, if they have different opinions, to listen to that too, but to make sure they heard your report before we get started. So with that, I will, at this time, if you want to line up over here, I don't know how many we have for or against, but we'll just start taking them as they come. And if you could hand your comment card to the clerk as you come up, then we'll just begin taking public comment.
And there are people outside that want to speak, so
Okay.
they can.
And there are people outside that want to speak on this issue too. So again, like I said earlier, if you could rotate out, allow them to come through. So we'll have our first speaker. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. It's great to be here to see all of you tonight. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and City Manager Poirier, Assistant City Manager Mr. Slaughter, of course, City Attorney Margolis. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Katie Christian. I am the Director of Government and Community Relations for Duke. Just a few comments on the new gen study. I think everyone here with Duke, I know we have standing room only, there's a couple issues going on, but a lot of the people here are actually Duke employees who live and work in the Clearwater community and are here because they feel very strongly about this issue. I know I'm gonna say what you expect Duke to say, which is that we think we are in the best position to serve the customers of Clearwater. We are proud to do so every day, and we truly value and appreciate that opportunity. We just wanted to, we've submitted some things for the record, but just wanted to highlight some of the things that we had pointed out and give some Duke employees here an opportunity to talk about how important this community is to them. I know on a personal level, I know, Mayor, you and I have talked about this, that my son, Jack, has been taking lessons from the legendary Frank Williams at the Ruth Eckerd Hall for many, many years, and just really appreciates that opportunity to go there every week and learn from him. Hopefully he'll be on stage at the Clearwater Jazz Holidays, so we'll all get to see him. But, just a few comments, I think, for this community as they consider. I really appreciate Mr. Burnham coming up. I personally worked with Mr. Burnham on getting him all the information that he needed from Duke Energy. I appreciate the acknowledgement that we have worked hard to be cooperative with them. I know Mr. Margolis has said before that it's very important for all of us to be on the same page about the facts. At least let's be on the same page about the facts. And I think my concern, and the concern I think that we want to portray to you tonight, is that there are some unfortunate assumptions that are in the New Gen report that I think can be misleading and can make it so we're not on the same page about the facts. One very important point is that the New Gen study acknowledged that there's a range of cost that could go up to $1 billion. That's the exact same amount that Concentric, the consultant hired by Duke, found. So I think there's an overlap, at the high end there. And I also wanted to point out that Concentric's person who assisted us with this study is from Clearwater. There's no overnight transition for a utility, we know this. New Gen was involved in Boulder. It cost the taxpayers $29 million. This is not a revenue bond issue. It's taxpayer money that gets paid for some of these costs, litigation expenses, other expenses. So this is not overnight, and the rate that they used for Duke Energy's rates to show the rate would be lower is wrong. So we'd like for you to consider that while you consider this study. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have our next speaker, please. Yeah.
Good evening. How you doing? My name's Maureen Roach. I'm a Clearwater resident. First of all, I commend you for looking into other options to save costs for the residents. My main concern would be, why did we only start a year ago looking into this and doing this feasibility study when the contract's up at the end of this year? I think this might have been something, if you guys weren't aware of it, maybe started about 5 years ago, but that's not here or there. The amount that you suggested the savings is, and believe me, I'm all for savings, but it seems like it's $20 per household and maybe $120 per business. The cost of that, and this endeavor is huge. Can you get that done in 3 months, and is that really cost effective? My other question would be, is there a possibility of a public-private partnership with a company, an electric company? Has that been thought about? Has that been checked out or investigated? They do it a lot here in Florida. They've done it for the highways, they've done it for other things, and I know other communities that do that. Sometimes that's a helpful way to move or transition into a municipality taking over such a large endeavor, such a big job. So instead of rushing 3 months into this, which, if it goes, it's great. I hope you guys, make the right decision. But I just think there's such a tight time frame for what this large job would undertake. I'm not sure if this is the perfect opportunity. Is there an opportunity to work with Duke for a smaller contract instead of 30 years, maybe 5? And that would give you a few years to put together a proper plan and make sure that it does get implemented correctly and nobody's left outside and there are no mistakes. So I just, hope you guys do, make a good decision. I compliment you on your thoughts to do this and look for other avenues outside the box. So thank you very much. Hope you guys do well.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Shane Marr. I live over by Countryside Mall. I'm really thankful that you all have been so receptive to feasibility study without any pressure, just on your own, being interested in helping Clearwater residents. Because Duke has fleeced the Clearwater community for many decades. People across the community have struggled to pay the bonuses of shareholders who have no regard for their well-being. Duke intentionally delayed this study by withholding data and in the interim tried to mislead the public, muddying the waters with their own study that did not address the energy costs for residents. If they're the best choice for us, why would they be afraid of the facts in this study? Because they are not, and they know that. As you can see, they've loaded up this council meeting and distributed prepared statements. They'll continue to attempt tricks and manipulation with all of the money they can muster, and it's important we all stay aware of what they're doing, like what Mayor Rector showed us. They'll say it'll take tax dollars, but it won't. They'll try to scare you about what happens after a hurricane, but all that will happen is your crisis will not be exploited for cash, and you'll get the same emergency response, as Councilman Cotton noted. They'll say it'll destroy jobs, but those jobs will still be needed. They will just be serving the community. They'll feed on the very financial struggles and fear that they cause. Duke has threatened this community for merely asking whether public power is an option. Threats based on falsehoods about the law and their contract. This should tell us everything we need to know about whether they have any interest in this community. Our government shouldn't be in business with people willing to threaten, mislead, and exploit the community that keeps the company's stocks rising. They're attempting to hold the city hostage, which is what happens when we entrust a profit-driven company with a service that every single home, every single school, every single hospital, every single person needs and cannot opt out of. We need a community-driven, municipally owned utility service where the service is responsive to the people here, the people in this room who attend this meeting, well, some of them, where you all, the city council, can not just hear how people are struggling, but are finally empowered to act on those concerns and change what is wrong because it is under city control. This is the only moment for the next likely 10 or more years, as the contracts tend to work, that the city council can protect us from Duke, and I hope you all take advantage of this opportunity to cement the legacy of protecting Clearwater and dramatically improving the lives of our residents. The moment is now to dump Duke. I appreciate your receptivity to this idea, and I look forward to seeing the coming progress on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff. My name is Antonio Price, and I lead the Duke Energy Operations staff for Clearwater Operations Center. I want to reiterate on behalf of Duke Energy Florida employees who live and work in the Clearwater community that we remain committed to serving our Clearwater customers. This team works tirelessly day in and day out to ensure that Clearwater has a reliable electric service and also has a high level of customer service that they deserve. When Hurricanes Helene and Milton impacted the area last year, I was stationed at the Duke Energy Mobile Command Center at the beaches, where 27,000 workers worked long hours to restore power to our communities. I witnessed firsthand Duke Energy's commitment to our communities as employees reported to work after their families had evacuated, their homes received damage,
In some cases, homes were total loss. Employees still reported to work every day, work long hours for their community. Mayor Rector, you and I rode along the beach community during Hurricane Helene. We saw devastation never been seen before. What you also witnessed was the scope and scale of Duke Energy storm response. Our teams partnered with local community leaders to ensure we had quick, safe restoration of power to the communities. Even after the storm, our employees helped clean up the beaches and continue to support the restoration of our community. As you undertake a careful review of the study, we ask you consider the impact that Duke Energy's world-class storm response and energetic employees have on the Clearwater community and what it would mean to lose that. NewGen has highlighted some potential off-ramps, including undergrounding distribution, reliability, and service metrics. These are things we work on right now. We already have projects going on to underground, working with the city, the area in front of the new City Hall on Myrtle Avenue, and several other areas within the city that are part of our storm protection plan. I hope we'll get a chance to work with you, discuss these issues in the best interest of the city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name's Anthony Cootie. I'm with Duke Energy's Vegetation Management Department. First, Mayor, City Council, staff, it's a pleasure to be back in front of you talking about veg management. We know that vegetation management is important to the city of Clearwater, the communities within the city, and our customers. We learned that last year in 2024. Through that process, I've personally sat down with city staff, listened, heard concerns around our program, personally sat down with our customers, dining room tables late in the evening, listening, hearing what their concerns are. I've met with concerned community members at our operations centers, listening, hearing what their concerns were. Big takeaway from that hearing part is we were able to enhance our vegetation management program, especially in what we heard around our communications. One of the big takeaways was community. We actually have a magnet that we now have on all of our contractors' trucks. It's in the back, QR code, that if someone is questioning what's going on, they can scan that. It directly takes them to our website, where they can not only learn about vegetation management at Duke Energy, but directly get in touch with us. Come to Right to Veg Management, we can respond to that concern and get back with them. These things led to enhancements, completing our 2024 work plan with zero escalated concerns for the city or with Duke Energy. For 2025 right now, year to date so far, we've had zero concerns with the city of Clearwater or with our customers. We're also out riding city staff before we do work. City staff is looking at every single tree that we are performing work on before that work is ever performed. We want to make sure the city is well informed, as well as our customers and the community members that are out there. I appreciate the opportunity, again, to come and speak. Hope that we'll get the chance to work with you, discuss any issues that arise, and ensure efforts are united and focused on the best interest of Clearwater citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, please.
Good evening. Hello, Mayor. Hello, council members. My name is Lisa Lose, and I submitted my card up here already, so you should have it. And I come with a unique position today because I've been a City of Clearwater resident for nearly 55 years. I went to school at USF, and I moved back to Clearwater because Clearwater meant so much to me. My unique position is I've been a retired engineer and in management at Duke Energy for 32 years. So I offer a lot of good insight into this, and my opinion is that you must go with the franchise agreement. Why do I believe that? First off, the systems, the dispatch and connectivity model, sometimes you may have heard of SCADA, supervisory control, that someone can press a button to change the state of a device, and data acquisition. Data can come back to that dispatcher so they can make informed decisions of what needs to be done on the grid. And then also outage management is built into that system also. But what does that mean for the city of Clearwater? As a program manager, I spent over 2 years, along with other program managers in the IT department, to get the system set up at Duke Energy. From contract management to all the testing, to requirements development, to implementation, and finally training. It was a huge endeavor. It was my blood, sweat, and tears for multiple years. So I was very proud of that, but it's a big issue. Next, you need the people to work the system, the line and tech resources. You gotta have safe individuals who know the system, who can do the work safely. It's not like flipping a light switch at home. It's very complex. I would even say it's worse than being an electrician in your home because of all the complexities in the backfeed. So you really need to have a good staff and a strong staff for that. And I think that, there's a lot of good companies out here, but I really think the line resources, in my opinion, at this point, they're kind of hard to get. Thirdly, storm response. I've been very pleased with Duke Energy on the storm response. Was I out of power during Milton? Yeah, but I expected that because I lived it and I did storm response for Duke Energy. When you do proper storm response, you're like running an army. I was at the Gandy horse track. We had 450 line trucks just in that one area. Someone has to manage those crews, direct them to their site, make sure that they have hotels for that night. It's a huge undertaking. So in summary, I believe that the franchise agreement is the way that City of Clearwater should go.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Appreciate the time. My name is Will McDonald. I currently work in the Clearwater Operations Center. Served the community for 21 years at Duke Energy. Various roles from meter reader all the way to the manager of lighting now currently. And I can tell you one of the proudest things that I'm proud of right now is I was a journeyman lineman in this area, serving the community and giving back to the community and restoring power on red sky and blue sky events. One of the things that's more heartfelt for me is during Helene and Milton, I was also affected like the rest of you guys were. I had 12 foot of water in my house. And during that time, I was not only a customer of Duke Energy, I was an employee, so I was trying to balance that out. But one of the things that I had to realize is I knew they had a promise, and they committed to that promise. And they were able to restore the power to my house within 24 hours. On my red sky events, I'm usually running road clearing teams, so I work with state and county and some city municipalities to make sure that our roads are clear from any debris, lines down, so that way our first responders and our line techs can get out there to take care of business as they need to be safely. Based on my experience, I know how hard it is to keep the lights on. This is especially true in Clearwater, where there's a unique aspect to the Duke Energy system. You have underground network and underground subaqueous cables that go under the water that feed the beaches. Duke Energy also has installed self-healing technology in Clearwater. This technology connects customers in Clearwater to other areas of Duke Energy grid to reduce outage times. The way that works is if there's an outage, point A. Point B will be able to reroute that power back to point A to reduce those downtimes right before we give it to a line tech to go do it in some cases. If we take Duke off the grid here, then you guys are going to obviously lose that type of capability. I'm asking you to consider the impact to customers, Duke customers in the community. Other than that, have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Stephanie Barnes, and I'm a director at Duke Energy for Customer Services and Experience. I'm also a 20-year Duke Energy employee. I live in Clearwater like many of the Duke Energy employees here tonight. In fact, I've grown up in Clearwater without giving my age, 39 years, and I graduated from Deneen High School, St. Petersburg College, and now attending University of South Florida, Go Bulls. I'm an active City of Clearwater volunteer. My focus is on customer service. Last year, during Duke Energy's hurricane response, I too was stationed at the mobile customer care centers with the Duke Energy trucks. There was also a location in Clearwater Beach, and we did appreciate your visit, Mayor Rector. That's where we met our customers with the needs that they didn't even know that they needed. I personally cried with several of the customers, and they were severely impacted, and I was honored to do that as a Duke Energy employee, but also a neighbor. As you undertake a careful review of the study, we ask that you consider the impact that Duke Energy's world-class storm response and energetic employees have on the Clearwater community. And what would it mean to our community to lose that? NewGen highlights some potential off-ramps, and that includes working with Duke Energy on customer programs regarding affordability. I hope you consider that Duke Energy currently has those programs in place to help customers lower their bills, and that includes home energy checks, home improvement rebates, and Energy Wise program. To help customers save energy and money, we offer a variety of payment options, and that includes budget billing, flexible rate options, installment and payment plans, usage alerts, pick your due date, and due date extensions. For our low-income customers, we do offer utility bill assistance, a low-income clean energy connection program, weatherization to help income-qualified customers save energy and reduce expenses, and a neighborhood energy saver program that offers free walkthroughs and energy assessments. Those are designed to help customers learn how their home is using energy and how they can also reduce their monthly bills. Qualified customers also receive up to 21 free energy-saving products installed at no cost. We are very focused on providing value to our customers. Duke Energy's 2025 rates include some rather extraordinary storm recovery costs due to the 3 hurricanes mentioned tonight that affected us in 2024. We recently announced a substantial rate reduction as a result of the company's annual rate adjustment. And beginning March 2026, bills are expected to decrease by approximately $44.16 for residential customers that use 1,000 kilowatts, and that's compared to February of 2026. Commercial and industrial customers will expect to see bill decreases ranging from 9.6 to 15.8% when compared to February 26. Though the specific impact will vary depending on several factors. I'm asking you to consider these benefits of these programs that have for our customers. As a Clearwater resident myself, I personally do not want anyone else than Duke Energy. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the council tonight. My name is Phil McGee. I was born and raised here in Clearwater, Florida. I've lived here my whole life. I'm proud to say it. After 69 years, I'm still a resident. And when I was in active duty in the military back in the 70s, when I had the opportunity to sleep and had the opportunity to dream about home, it was about Clearwater. So that's where I'm coming from. And in my 47 years that I've worked for Duke Energy, that's being Florida Power, Progress Energy, and now Duke Energy, I've had the opportunity to perform a couple of jobs. One, for 17 years, I was a lineman out there climbing poles and working the bucket trucks during hurricane restoration, storm restoration. Since the late 70s, I've worked every major storm that we've had in the southeastern United States. As a matter of fact, last night I was packed and ready to leave this morning at 5 a.m. to support our groups up in the North Carolina area, but we were fortunate that hurricane turned and left. I also was allowed to teach our young line employees to work on energized lines and equipment for a 10-year period. The last 20 years, I've been the lead health and safety consultant here in the South Coastal area, which encompasses Clearwater. I've had a great opportunity to work in the training. Duke Energy has, in the electrical utility industry, one of the top training facilities and curriculum in all of the electrical utility industries. So with that, we actually recruit some of the top talent from around the country to come in and work in our electrical line utility area, especially here in the South Coastal, encompassing the Clearwater area. Also, over the last 20 years, I've had the opportunity to go out into community outreach and do electrical high voltage safety training for, as Councilman Cotton will say, and Sergeant Campbell and his forces, when first responders pull up on an emergent site and there's power lines on the ground or there's energized equipment that they're going to have to work with, we become their first responders because we have to de-energize that and make it safe for them to do their jobs. And with that, we have electrical trailers that we bring around, and we provide training for municipalities, for all of the fire, police, EMTs, and everything like that, so that they are allowed to be safe when they do that work. Our goal is for our employees to work every day safe, for our customers to be safe around our equipment, and the general public, because it's extreme reality when you have energized lines and equipment, especially when they're down on the ground. With that, as the city considers the feasibility of taking over the Duke system, I just hope that the city will consider that the skill, the trained employees, and the benefits that we provide is part of that. And we look forward to working with y'all and making the right choice and decisions for not only the city, but the residents of the city.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Council, members. My name is Todd Felton. I'm with the Emergency Preparedness Organization with Duke Energy Florida. Been with Duke Energy for a little over 34 years. I, like others, was born and raised right here in Clearwater, born in Morgan Plain Hospital, as well as my children. So last year was a historic year for us for hurricanes. We had Debbie, Helene, and Milton. In Debbie, we restored over 350,000 customers within the first 24 hours of impact. With Helene, we had over 800,000 customers impacted. We were 95% restored within the first 72 hours. Milton, we had a little over 1 million customers out, and we had 95% restored within the first 96 hours of impact. Although it was a challenging year for us here in Florida, those weren't the only 3 hurricanes we responded to. So I also led a deployment of Duke Energy resources to Houston, where we helped to assist the restoration of Hurricane Beryl. We spent 2 weeks out in Houston for a Cat 1 hurricane restoration. We came back from Beryl, had Debbie, responded to Debbie. After Debbie, we packed up and went to New Orleans and assisted with the restoration of Hurricane Francine in New Orleans. We got back from New Orleans on Thursday, started our storm calls on Saturday, preparing for Hurricane Helene. As we know, Helene went right into Hurricane Milton. So for Hurricane Debbie, we mobilized 3,000 resources to the state of Florida, much that you mentioned earlier. Our Duke resources come off their tools and lead our off-system contractors, so we know everything that's going on in our system. So 3,000 resources in Debbie. We brought in over 8,000 resources for Hurricane Helene. And in Hurricane Milton, we brought in over 16,000 resources, the most we've ever brought in, which takes a lot to organize and stage. Our restoration wouldn't have been possible if it wasn't for the number of resources we brought in. The acquisition of the resources isn't possible without our agreements with our peer investor-owned utilities, our agreements and our mutual aid contracts with Southeastern Electrical Exchange, Great Lakes Mutual Assistance. As we know, after Helene devastated our west coast and moved up into the Carolinas, Georgia, Tennessee, where they had record flooding, many of the resources were acquired by those states, which meant we had to travel even further to get resources. So we brought resources from California, Canada, state of Washington, all in from our mutual agreements, as well as our Duke Energy footprint with the 6 states that we cover. Once we were able to clear up and we brought our Midwest team down, we were able to restore in record time. We've been nationally recognized for our storm response over the last few years, and we're very proud of that. A recent benchmark study was conducted and shows Duke Energy is restoring 6.3 times faster than its peer utilities, and about 174% more customers a day than anyone else. And we're proud of that organization. I'm asking you to please consider the impact you have on the Clearwater community, which are many of my friends and family, if the decision is made to move away from Duke Energy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Tricia Kirby, 1111 Spencer Avenue. I'm going to be one voice for the people. I'm not here to protect my job. I'm not here because of money or any other motivation other than speaking for our community. The fact is, this company has been a bully. And I'm not talking about the individual people. I respect them. I was one of the constituents that Anthony Cootie talked to about the trees when I went and spoke to him, and he spent 2 or 3 hours with me. Very nice man. I have friends on Facebook who are linemen that I've been friends with for years. I've lived in Clearwater now for about 25 years, but I want to speak from facts, and that's my electric bill has gone up by $30 to $50, and that's concurrent with me raising the temperature in my home to 83 degrees in the daytime. I'm telling you guys, it is hot. It is hot in my house, and it's getting more and more expensive, and I'm not the only one that says that. There's other constituents and citizens of Clearwater that also noticed their rates going up, and I went to that Public Service Commission where Duke was lobbying to raise our rates yet again. Their motivation is profit. My bachelor's degree, I have a master's degree, but my bachelor's was in economics, and they are motivated by money. Bottom line is the shareholders and what the shareholders want as profit. Their motivation is always going to be how to make the most money for the shareholders to the tune of, what, 19 or $20 billion. They are never going to have our best interest at heart. And I believe in every one of you, and especially the attorney, thank you, Attorney Margolis, for making the choice to do a feasibility study in the first place. I venture to say, if any of you contacted the individual companies that already have these municipality-owned electric companies, not one of them would go back to Duke or Florida Power or TECO, not one of them. They all have lower rates, and they have happy customers. So I'm going to invite you from my heart to do the right thing, make the right choice. And nobody here mentioned solar. I'm thinking, why could we not get some kind of an agreement to bring more solar to Clearwater so that we all are sort of in charge of our own electricity? There's so many opportunities out there to do this better, to ground the lines underground, to have this be safer. There's a lot of really golden moments here of doing the right thing and doing the right thing for the citizens of Clearwater. I know that you've done good work. I really hope that nobody's been like swayed in a negative way with the fact that this room is packed with Duke people, because I'm outside and it's packed with people with other opinions. I'll tell you that, like packed. I've never seen so many people show up on obviously two different conflicting issues. But I'm going to invite you, please, 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 please consider moving forward and creating our own municipality-owned electric company. I would be cheering. I have been praying for this moment. The trees, thank you. From my heart, I thank you. I really believe in you guys, and I know that you're going to make the right choice here. And God bless every one of you for doing the best thing for the community of Clearwater. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Jacqueline. I'm here to speak in regards to a water bill and water issue. I'm going to express my sincere concern regarding this excessive charge that I had
Ma'am,
received.
We're talking about electric now.
Yeah, they brought me in but I'm just here to, sincerely speak about my water bill.
This is the electricity agenda.
Okay,
Yeah,
so am I willing to continue, or?
We have many people here to talk about electricity. So if you could, this is not the time to talk about anything other than electricity. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Slaughter. will be here. Next speaker.
Wow. My name is Eliseo Santana, and I know you. And I want to say that I'm so proud to be a resident of Clearwater, because each and every one of you have opened yourself up to be able to interact with me and with the community. You have open door policies. You truly are a representative of our republic and our way of doing governance here. And the fact that you opened it up so that you can evaluate what is best for our future, whether to go and do a municipal type of electric generation or to stay with the current situation that we have now. Well, I'll have to tell you that I'm in favor of getting rid of them and establishing something different. As was stated before, when the motivation for doing something is not the public safety and the well-being of our citizens in this city, but more like the dividends that will go to elsewhere. And when the decisions are made, not here in Clearwater, heck, not even in Florida, but outside, and they're making a decision as what is the best dividends that they can gain for the overall, that doesn't look at our interest in the best way. As a citizen of this city, I look forward to being able to have you put something together that will address what is best for us here locally. And to the point that, look, I first started coming here, I was worried about having resources, resources. But after hearing all these great, loyal Duke Energy employees that live in our city, we don't have a problem. We don't. Do it, and they'll come and work for us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Hi, first I want to thank the mayor and the city council for following through with this feasibility study. I want to thank NextGen and Bar Engineering for doing this study. It's very exciting stuff to read through. And I also want to thank Duke and all their employees. Hopefully they're paid today to come out. There's a lot of items to cover, obviously. I want to point out, there's 33 or 32 municipalities in the state of Florida. Clearwater won't be the only one. Not one of them are more expensive than Duke Energy, right? They too have SCADA. They too have vegetation management. They too handle communications, just as Duke does. I don't think Duke has anything particularly special about them regarding operating a grid. And one other thing I want to point out, like Mayor Rector has identified, is we're seeing lots of misinformation and marketing out there in social media, especially from the Edison Institute, which is a trade association which Duke is part of, where if you click on it, it'll send you information where we're just trying to maybe see what lies they're spewing online about this feasibility study. And then, yeah, I think that really covers it for right now. But I applaud you, and I really hope that you guys go forward with this public power campaign, and I hope to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Next speaker, please.
Evening, Council, taxpayers, Duke Energy. My name is Joe Evich, 2296 Habersham Drive, Clearwater, Florida. I think the question, lots of questions here, but is expertise. We're going down a $1 billion path. And, we're talking about the citizens' health, safety, and welfare, which is in the charter. And it's the city's responsibility, if we have a Milton come back, that we have a response for that. Where's the expertise going to come in when you start this plan and implement it? Do we know what that plan is? What's the cost of that plan? There's mutual aid, but are the agreements in place because this is such a short window? We should have been starting this, like somebody mentioned earlier, sooner. You're going to go down a path here that we don't know what it is. A couple other questions. What's the value to 16% in 2025 that we may not get in the future? We know that the debt service that has been indicated will be fixed, but what about the operating costs? Do we have a line item budget for those estimates to indicate are there insurance costs covered in there? We have a lot of thinking to do, a lot of expertise when attorneys and contractors and policemen and firemen, when they get hired and trained, we're looking for expertise from that group of people. Attorneys want expert witnesses. What experts do we have that are going to run this? Do you have a management team in place? Do we have a solution for that? What's the off-ramp? We need to know. $17 a month savings for a lot of people, yes, can be helpful. But the costs that are going to be incorporated in a litigation, do we have a cap? How much will we spend to litigate for an eminent domain? We talked about a lot of things, a lot of people mentioned a lot of things, but this comes down to the expertise. What knowledge have been presented to you? Have you asked the hard questions? What are those line items in that operating cost? So the debt service is going to be fixed. But what are the unknowns? What don't we know? So go down this path, and we get into litigation, which it sounds like it's going to be. What have we reserved already in the budget for that? How much are we willing to spend to do that? Right? Where's the leadership? I'm not saying you don't have the leadership, but where are the answers for some of these questions? Maybe you've talked about it, but the public needs to know these answers. Because you get down the path.
Thank you, sir.
Sign an agreement. Where are we at?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next speaker.
Good evening. My name's Andrea Dort, and I live in Brentwood Estates in Clearwater. Speaking as an individual, I've heard from Duke, I've heard from you guys as best as I could outside in the overflow room. And I am one of those solar power, I joined the co-op when they offered it. I got solar power put on in December. Duke was wonderful, City of Clearwater was wonderful with all the permitting and everything else. I'm saving lots of money, but I still see that I do have to pay municipalities fees and charges and taxes for the City of Clearwater. So every utility, whether it's electric or water or whatever, phones, we have to pay a city tax. So I just want to make sure that's clear. And again, I've heard from Duke and I've heard from you guys, but Duke's saying they like to provide us with lots of discounts and incentives to improve our homes, but every single time I've gotten hurricane-proof, storm-resistant, impact-resistant, their guidelines for what they will provide a credit card for a discount is not even covered by what the federal government will give me. I can get more benefits from the federal government than I can from Duke Energy. So some of the information they give us in advertisements, it doesn't really apply for the everyday person. Luckily, I got part of the Florida Safe Homes program, so I got some money back for my impact windows and doors. And I was in Brentwood Estates, I was unfortunate to have 7 days for both storms, no electricity, no power, no internet. Whereas my brother, who lives in unincorporated Pinellas County, on a bluff in Largo area, he had power the entire time for both storms. So it's wonderful that some people said, hey, it was back in 72 hours. And then I don't want to even get started with the other storms from a few years back where I was out for 12 days. So feasibility, when gentlemen come through our neighborhood and tell us that during that storm, that our lines are old and they need to be replaced, our, whether with the little boxes they have up there to connect everything, they needed to be replaced. I've never seen them replaced. So I'm just saying, certain neighborhoods might get more attention from Duke than others. So as you're working through this, what kind of discounts are people with solar going to get, like the lady was saying before, and then like the other gentleman that just spoke, how are you going to feasibly employ the employees and give them the safety measures they need, especially when it deals with electricity in the City of Clearwater? Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. My name is Katrina George. I live at 1276 Eldridge Street, and Duke Energy needs to be accountable. What are we talking about when Stephanie says, oh, we're going to take $40 off your bill? I live at 1276 Eldridge Street. I'm paying $500 and $600 a month. This isn't a carryover. This is every month. And the question is why? Why are our utilities this high? Duke Energy installed underground wiring in our neighborhood. I have power surges daily in my home. They burn out my washers, my dryers, my refrigerators, my stoves. What accountability has Duke taken? Absolutely none. My lights are still flickering from 2022. They've installed, they've taken it and put in new servers in the new transformers. The servers are undersized. So of course that would make our utilities higher. At this juncture, I appreciate the fact that you all are looking into going into another electric company, because monopolies don't work. Who do they work for? Corporations. Of course, why corporations look for profits. And again, Duke Energy is all about profit. What did they do? Sit in my living room along with the Public Service Commission and did absolutely left there with the same issue. My lights are still flickering. I'm still having $500 and $600 power bill. So what is $15 or $40 off of a bill like that? Why should it be? I also have an organization where I help people actually get assistance. What she's talking about assisting people is nonsense. Did she also tell you the Duke Energy bills were so high in July, all of the services ran out of money, and nobody had any assistance, and they were sitting in the dark? These are real issues with real people in our community. This isn't some other country. This is Clearwater, Florida. You got women with children in the dark. Well, if you don't have electricity, you can't cook. So how are you preparing food for your children? We need choices. Ocala has 4 or 5 different companies. Why can't we?
Thank you, ma'am.
Ms. George, Ms. George, may I have your card, please? Thank you.
Next speaker. Yeah.
I'm Mr. Haluba. I certainly don't think Duke Energy is perfect by any means. However, I've had, some experience with them. I had a transformer go out on the pole behind my house once upon a time, and they sent, at least, to my count, 6 trucks out. It was in an area they could not get a truck into. They used block and tackle and basically some pretty impressive mountaineering to install a new transformer, let alone them going up and down. So I don't know, Mr. Albritton, you didn't see the trucks repairing things? Look out your window. My problem with Clearwater taking this over is they don't do a very good job with what they're doing now, especially with Mr. Slaughter. We get charged minimum use charges for everything, water, gas. The water also, is dependent on what they charge you for the sewer, which is outrageous. Reclaimed water that most people don't even use. We get charged an availability fee, and we get taxed on that because Slaughter says they can get away with it. It is absolutely extortion. And if you think taking over the electric utilities is going to be any different, you're nuts. These people right here just raised the water rates in Clearwater 47% over the next 5 years. Why? Because of bad management. If you want the lights to stay on, and you want a reasonable bill that's based on usage, you got to stay with Duke. They're the ones that do it. If Clearwater Utilities takes it over, it's just going to be another colossal debacle.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mike Reardon. I actually came here to talk about court, but first of all, my experience with Duke has been good because they took over Progress Energy, and I think Progress Energy was a nightmare. I got some credit for windows and insulation, put in a new air conditioner, and I have a 1940 house, and my bill's half of what, I think maybe it peaked at $350, but running the house at 72 versus 77 in my old house. But that being said, I don't think Clearwater should go at this alone. St. Pete's coming up in a year. St. Pete and Clearwater make up 1/3 of the population approximately of Pinellas County. So we got 990 million people. I know we don't have 1 million people anymore like we used to. But, we pump in 1 million, 2 people on vacation. So now we got 2.2, 2.3 million people burning electricity. We have all kinds of committees with various members of this council. We're on all these different committees with other members of municipalities, including the county and other cities and all. Why aren't we doing this together? I mean, this is going to be, it might take a decade, but how about a utility company for all of Pinellas County. Now we got half the people, at least 6 or 8 months out of the year, half the utility bills are being paid by snowbirds and tourists. And the litigation on this, if the entire legal team of Clearwater wouldn't be able to handle just what's going to happen. Duke is an expert at doing what they're doing. They have deep pockets. They've been down this path before. If anybody remembers the No Boss Mayor campaign, Beth Rollins had been up and down that road many times with half or a third the money, and we just spanked the group big time because Beth knew what she was doing, 3 times alone in Lakeland. I don't think it's the right way to go for, what do we have, 118, 122,000 people, residents, have our own little utility, when we have the most densely populated county in the state without the tourists and the snowbirds. So, you know, the penny money, the tourist development tax, some of that money, all coming from, everybody gets their share, not equally, because we get, but go towards it together and have a utility and do it the right way. And we have the off-ramps and the negotiation, and maybe Duke will say, you know what, they got 980,000 people, they have 2-point-something million people 6 months out of the year. It's worthwhile maybe negotiating with the entire county. I know that's a lot of work, but I can't believe it's any more work than what you're going to try to do on your own. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Lanza. I agree with what Mike was saying. I did quickly some research. Susan Glickman was here, but she did leave, and I asked Susan, well, when does, I think you all know Susan. She's worked with energy for 40 years, and she's an advocate for consumers. And she told me that St. Pete's contract is expiring in 2026, and she told me Dunedin just signed a new contract. So that's something you have to compile. I asked her about Safety Harbor. She said she didn't know. So just to follow up on that. But I really came up to speak about rebates. I think it was last year, I was kind of hounding Duke, and I was telling them, the rebates you're giving, you haven't raised the rebates in so long. It's just ridiculous. For example, I just got a new air conditioner. The air conditioner, I just got a straight cool, not the most expensive one. It was almost $12,000. Now, obviously, you do financing and such, but what rebate am I going to get for that? $300. And I'm not, now the federal tax credit, I won't even qualify for that. But rebate, even when I got my electric panel done, they were going to offer me a certain amount, and I balked, and I said, look, I could, and they did call me back. They said, okay, we raised the rebate. So to my knowledge, they raised the rebate after my hounding them for the electric panel, and also for, matter of fact, there was an email that came out. We raised your rebates. And so I think across the board they raised the rebates, but they're not good enough for the investment we have to make. And for those people who have high energy bills, within this month I got my first bill with my new air conditioner, and my monthly bill went down $100. So if you're running an old air conditioner that's leaking Freon, it's not good for the environment, it's not good for Duke, it's not good for the consumer. So I'm sure Duke could do better with the rebate program. I have a friend who lives in a great neighborhood. He's put in $50,000 worth of high energy efficient windows. He never got a rebate from Duke. And he said he did everything he could. He called it, he did the form. Now, obviously, there's a little trick in there. I haven't even applied for my $300 rebate because I want to make sure I have all my ducks in a row before I do it. I've called Duke just about that $300. I've called Duke probably 5 times. I've got this. Do I need that? Are you sure? I had to get the invoice redone. I had to get the AC guy. So it's not that easy. But they could make it easier, and they could be more helpful, and they could raise the rebates, and they could help the consumer, and then we'll all use less energy, and we'll have more money in our pocket, and they'll be more profitable too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lanza? Ms. Lanza?
No, Lisa. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I did give my card to the officer in back. I think you brought it up already.
Good evening. My name is Rudy Michaelek. Mr. Mayor, council members, Ms. Poirier, Mr. Margolis. Last year, Duke had the State Commission on Pricing had hearings throughout the state. One of those hearings were in Largo, which I attended, and then subsequently came to the city council and said, here's what I heard at that meeting. At that meeting, which probably had somewhere between 100 and 200 people in attendance, I would say easily the rate of 9-1 were against approving a rate increase for Duke. And those individuals brought detailed records, numbers, information about the amount of money that Duke was making off of this, about the size of the increases that they had in recent years. They pointed out that Duke in Florida had a higher rate than its sister organizations in, I think, South Carolina and one other state north of us, which was unique. I was very surprised to then see recently in the Tampa Bay Times where they reported that the rate increase had been approved by Duke because there was overwhelming support for it. Well, not at the meeting I attended, so I'm not sure where they were getting the numbers. Anyhow, on the basis that I think Duke has been proficient in finding ways to enhance their shareholders and their executive staff members with money, I think there's an opportunity for the city of Clearwater and potentially grouping with other people down the road to maybe find a solution that helps not only the residents, the customers here in Clearwater financially, but also helps the overall community. And as I heard one other speaker say, it's so good to hear that so many of the Duke people live right here in Clearwater. So I'm sure we're going to have a lot of advocates for us should we make the move away from Duke, because obviously they'll want to take care of their home ground. I think just in closing, I would say I appreciate the fact that the council is looking at these options. I hope they continue to look and get more detail because I think there's a lot more information that needs to come out before a decision can be finally made as to what we would do. And I thank you very much for your service on that. Thank you.
Next speaker, please. Do you have anybody else? Okay.
Got one more.
Got one more?
We have one more, yes.
No?
And then there's a recess, if there's a recess after.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good? Okay. Yeah, okay.
We can recess first.
Yeah, we've been at this for 2 hours, so some of us are older than others, so it'd be nice to have a little bit of a break. Perhaps some of you sitting out there, so we're gonna just recess for 5 minutes to give us all a chance to take a break. We'll come back in and discuss this agenda item. This time we'll call the meeting back to order, and we will now move to further council discussion. Before we begin, I had two more questions, and there may be others that have additional questions. Mr. Burnham, there was for me, there's a little confusion because I heard some folks talk about the $17 per month, year one, and I think there may be some assumption that that's the only decrease over time, but it changes over time, does it not?
That would definitely change over time with the different revenue needs of the utility and as Duke rates increase over time. It would, if over the 30-year study, that $17 would grow, would be anticipated to grow over time.
Okay. And then the second question I had, and then I'll see what other questions are, but there's a question about the franchise agreement that expires December 31. What happens with that? And so I'll ask the city attorney if he could weigh in, but I think you shared with us in one-on-one meetings that it's status quo for the time, so we wouldn't, the agreement would just continue on until we reach a different agreement. Is that right?
That is the gist of it. It's similar to our labor contracts in that regard, where if a labor contract expires, you operate under the status quo. The rationale is a little bit different, but the outcome is the same. So if the franchise agreement expires and nothing else has happened, in other words, if the city has neither signed a new franchise agreement, nor has the city purchased, voluntarily or otherwise, any distribution assets, it will still continue the way that it has been. Again, the rationale is a little bit different than the way it works in the labor context, but that issue was litigated by the city of Winter Park, and so the Florida Supreme Court has ruled on that issue. So I feel pretty confident staking my name on it in public and saying that nothing is going to change until either the city signs a new franchise with Duke, which, as Mr. Burnham pointed out, may end up changing things, or until the city purchases distribution assets, or until Duke themselves gets bought out by somebody else, just like Florida Power and Progress Energy were in years past.
Okay. Other questions? Councilmember Cotton, did you have some?
I mean, yeah, mine are going to be more statements, and then I don't have any questions. So if anybody has any questions, if you'd like to go first.
I don't have any questions.
Okay, perfect. So, thank you. You can sit if you'd like, because I don't have a question. Mine's just going to be statements in regards to, this kind of all started when we did the feasibility study due to vegetation, right? We had people coming in that were worried about their trees, how far Duke was going, and I think that led to questions with the city attorney of what can we do about this, and here we are now. We're with a new gen study that's giving us the opportunity to see what it would look like to have a municipal power service. When it comes to residential savings, don't get fixated, I would say, on just your 10% savings. That's also something, if we look at Winter Park, your city is going to be able to reinvest into itself. So not only are you going to be getting upfront savings that still continue through the 30-year generationally, but you will also get the reinvestment of undergrounding service lines, just like Winter Park is doing. They're still on track to be fully undergrounded by 2030. And that's Winter Park. If anybody knows where that's at, it's over there by Orlando. So to say that we shouldn't be resilient in that aspect, being a coastal community, I think that weighs volumes into the savings that you'll be getting as well. So I have to say thank you to each and every Duke employee that stood up here, told us your years of service, how you've worked within the community, the jobs in which you've had. That means something. Nobody up here would take that away from you, and we're grateful for that service. I know I am. But you also built a good case. That's not going to go away. We also had residents come up here and state the engineering that was put into the system. It's not like we're going back 20 years ago. We would be taking over those systems and having a third party run that until we're able to hire good, knowledgeable experts to take over that, right? It's a 5-year projection to get that done. A third party company is going to be taking that over according to the study. So just remember those things. And then the next portion is going to be for my colleagues. So, excuse me, in government we face many decisions. Most are routine, day to day. Work on keeping the city running. Some are larger, projects that shape a decade, but So often, a truly monumental decision is placed before us, one that sets the course for generations. Today, Clearwater is standing at such a moment. For a very long time, our electric service has been guided from boardrooms far away from here. The study before us shows something remarkable. We now have the ability to take control of our own future. By forming a municipal utility, Clearwater would not only lower rates for residents and businesses, we would ensure that every dollar of power revenue is reinvested back in Clearwater, not sent elsewhere. The numbers are clear. In the first 5 years, residential ratepayers will save around 10% compared to Duke's rates. And over time, those savings grow and stabilize at nearly 18% lower than Duke. Over generations, that's hundreds of millions of dollars kept right here at home. Talking about stewardship, keeping the fruits of our labors for our families, businesses, and our future. But this is about more than dollars and cents. As a coastal community, resilience is not an option. Hurricanes and storms threaten our power grid year after year. Under the current model, undergrounding lines come slowly, if at all. Under local control, we can make that a priority, as I stated earlier. We are not the first to consider such a path. I noted Winter Park made this decision in 2005. They faced the same doubts, the same risks. Today, they are enjoying stronger reliability, quicker restoration, and a system that reflects their community's values. We have an opportunity to do good things every day, to do great things now and then. But this is one of those rare opportunities to do something monumental. This is not just about kilowatts and rates. It's about sovereignty, whether Clearwater charts its own course and continues to lease its future. Let us have courage to think in terms of generations, not election cycles, and let us be judged not by how we avoid risk, but how we act boldly when it mattered most. If we seize this moment, decades from now, our children and grandchildren will look back and say they had the chance and they chose to make Clearwater stronger. So with that, I will go forward and make a motion to move forward with an appraisal and potential timeline in the event that the city makes a purchase offer. Thank you.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, further discussion. Okay, Vice Mayor? Yeah.
First, I want to thank all the staff and Nugent who were wonderful with not only having in-depth discussions, addressing my questions, and even considering my input in the presentation process. And these discussions even continued throughout the weekend as I received feedback from different citizens who asked questions that I did not have answers to. And so after all that, after reviewing all the information provided through all those meetings and discussions, I am very comfortable and I will support moving forward with the next step so that we can make the most informed decision.
Councilmember Menino.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. Very well said. I guess I'll come at this a little bit of a different perspective because we've all already touched on this quite a bit. We've thanked staff. We thank Nugent. I want to thank Duke. Duke we would be lying to ourselves as a council if we said they are not a valued partner in our community. I don't want this discussion, this process to overshadow any of the relationships that we have with Duke, with your leadership team. We value what you do in our community, what you stand for. But we've come to this place where all we've committed, and even with the motion and seconded, is what we've been consistently saying from the get-go, and that was committing ourselves to a feasibility study, committing ourselves to finding the best answers to the questions of beyond cost, but into reliability and recovery and restoration, as well as the community support and involvement. And I think that's all we're doing today. So I think it is a monumental moment. We are very appreciative to staff and to Duke, but I think just slowing down just a little bit, again, we're not committing to anything other than this feasibility study. We heard Scott say in his presentation, what he presented before us was just a first step in this analysis. This was a low-level appraisal and trying to put figures with it, answering a lot of the detailed questions we had. But the next step in this feasibility study that we committed to is an appraisal to find out what a cost does look like. We can throw as many assumptions on a chart as we want, and there's still questions of accuracy and what it looks like. So we still have a course to chart. I'm supportive of moving forward with what this feasibility study looks like, collecting the most information and data we can to give our residents the best answers and the best chance, because again, the motive of this is, at the end of the day, can we save our residents money? Can we lower their energy costs? Can we continue the resiliency, reliability through storms that we've heard so many stories about? And we can't take it away from Duke. They did an amazing job through those storms, took care of our entire community and surrounding communities. They did a great job, but that's not to say if Clearwater went in this different direction that we would lose all the resiliency and lose that ability to be reliable. Those are important to us. So again, I just wanted to thank our partners with Duke. Thank you for being cooperative through this process. That's the feedback we have got, not only from New Gen and from the City Attorney's Office and City Manager's Office. We appreciate you, and we look forward to continue the feasibility study and getting these answers for the residents of Clearwater. Thank you.
Would you like to say anything more?
Well, I don't want to repeat everything everybody said, but I agree that I still have a lot of questions that I need answered. And I think some of them will come out in the feasibility study. So I'm still, I'm for moving forward to the next phase of this, to get a little bit closer to see if it's something that Clearwater can really do. So I'll be for it.
Okay. I'll go last, and I want to echo what was said earlier. We just had an event I attended last week over at Duke Energy's Distribution Center, and on really the one-year anniversary of what may have been one of the worst days ever in the history of the city of Clearwater, and many of us here in Tampa Bay. And Duke was amazing during that time. I said that then, and that's when we had already agreed to do this study. So there could have been animosity, but there wasn't. And Duke worked alongside us to make sure folks were restored with power, and really was a great partner despite the ongoing study and all. And that is representative of how we all work together in Tampa Bay. Tough times, we pull together, and we are stronger together, and I appreciate all that Duke has done and has done in the last year to help us pull the community back together. Your team here has been exceptional, and I appreciate all the efforts that your local team has made. Yes, there are contractors, Pike, you'll see the Pike trucks come in from all over the country, but I worked with folks locally here during the storms, and I appreciate all your dedication and service. And the folks that came out tonight from Duke, I want to tell you that we appreciate you. And some of you said you lived here for years. You're valued residents as well as, valued employees of Duke. And we appreciate you, and we appreciate you coming tonight to share your thoughts. You're an important part of this community and will always be. And so thank you for coming tonight to share your thoughts. And I can honestly say I've Jeff, Melissa, I've had great relationships with everyone at Duke here in Florida. I shared earlier the polls that were taken. I don't know where that's coming from. I don't know if that's the folks in Charlotte, North Carolina, where you're headquartered. I don't know. My relationships with the folks here locally have been great, but I don't know how much is decided or directed out of Charlotte. But I know it's a very big company. I know that. Not the current CEO, but the CEO that just left earlier this year. She made over $20 million last year in 1 year. $16 million was a long-term incentive. I get that, but and then there's dividends and some things that factor in that when we see, and I know that Duke disputes that with some changes that they're proposing in rates, that they have the highest rates in the state of Florida. But that was information I saw in Florida Trend magazine last year, that all four of the investor-owned utilities, all four, charge higher rates than any of the municipally owned utilities. So when we have that information, and we're trying to do the best we can to work for the citizens, a lot of the elderly population here in town, that they desperately need air conditioning for the summer. And I know there are assistance programs, but it just doesn't cover it all. That we feel like with the report we've just gotten that shows there could be an immediate savings and a significant savings over long term. and where it may allow us, as Councilmember Cotton said, to invest in undergrounding utilities more, which we get a lot of demand for from our community. We have to take a hard look at it. And so with the feasibility report coming back the way it did, and I think we have a duty to continue on and look at it further. And so I'm going to support doing the appraisal as well. So is there any further discussion, council, on the motion that's made? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. So thank you for attending tonight. If you only came for that one issue, I don't know if there's still folks outside, if everybody's in now, but if you don't, okay, we're good now, so thank you. You're welcome to stay the entire meeting. We'll move to next is the agenda item 6.1. 5.1, minutes, yeah.
Move to approve the minutes.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.1.
Declare a surplus for the purpose of transfer to Adele Youssef and Vivian Candiel, certain unaddressed real property located at Heather Court. Approve the agreement for transfer of real property and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same together with all other instruments required to effect closing.
Good evening, Dylan May, I'm the acting housing manager. Heather Court is a city-owned parcel. It's 0.16 acres in size and has been determined to be an uneconomic remainder of land due to its shape and use. The Pinellas County property appraiser has provided a just market value of $85. One adjustment to the agenda narrative, the notice, a notice was not published, but instead the adjacent property owner was solicited directly to submit a letter of interest. This property is not a CRA and has been determined to be an economic remainder of land, so that's why they were contacted directly. On July 28th, 2025, a technical review committee convened and issued a positive recommendation for the letter that was received. Staff is recommending the sale of the property in accordance with the letter. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.1? Hearing none, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.2.
6.2, council is to be continued to October 15.
Okay. Agenda item 6.3.
Authorize award a construction contract to C&T Contracting Services LLC for Northeast Water Reclamation Facility sand filters rehabilitation, the amounts of $5,469,339 pursuant to ITB 230045 UT, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Flanning, Public Utilities Interim Director. I'm requesting your authorization to award the construction contract to C&T Consulting Services LLC for the Northeast Water Reclamation Facility sand filter rehabilitation in the amount of $5,469,339. Excuse me. This project is essential for proactive maintenance for our wastewater infrastructure. It includes the complete rehabilitation of 12 sand filters, replacement of crucial valves and actuators, and other structural repairs at our Northeast WRF. These improvements are necessary to enhance the filtration process, ensure we continue to produce optimal water quality, and extend the lifespan of the system. Following a competitive bidding process, C&T Contracting Services LLC submitted the lowest responsible bid and has been recommended for the award by our engineer of record, Tetra Tech. The construction is scheduled to take 420 days to complete. This action aligns with the Council's strategic plan objective of achieving high-performing government by proactively maintaining our public infrastructure to ensure the continued efficiency and reliability of the city's wastewater treatment operations. I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Okay. Is anyone here from the public tonight to desire to speak to agenda item 6.3?
I'm Mr. Halubo. Over $5 million for the reclaimed water facility. I've spoken many, many times about how wasteful and what a joke reclaimed water is? I mean, seriously, what's wrong with you people? Most everyone who has reclaimed water availability doesn't use it. However, we're all charged for it monthly, use it or not. Right, Mr. Slaughter? It's absolutely an example of extortion and duress. And this happens under the political criminal network known as Clearwater Utilities. And you people want to take over the electric grid. Mr. Cotton, some of the things you said are absolutely crazy in regard to the electricity. You, amongst all of you, just voted to raise utility rates 47% over the next 5 years. And Slaughter, you know, evil and unethical as he is, he says charging, you know, for things that aren't delivered is okay because the city gets away with it. It won't be any different with electricity. And now we have a new assistant city manager who I guess has, you know, been trying to, you know, find his place. So maybe, you know, using reclaimed water will become a code violation or a violation if you don't use it. This $5 million is an insane waste of money, and you people sit there and talk about saving people 10% on their electric bill. It is absolutely insane. But having said that, I have something for Trevor Rector.
Does anyone else desire to speak to agenda item 6.3? Okay, is there any council discussion? Now, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.4.
Authorize the city manager and designated city representatives to enter into negotiations with Pinellas County for an interlocal agreement for the city of Clearwater's participation in Regional Resource Recovery Facility.
Again, Mike Flanning, Public Utilities Interim Director. I'm requesting your authorization for the city manager and designated city representatives to enter into negotiations with Pinellas County for an interlocal agreement for the city of Clearwater's participation in the Regional Resource Recovery Facility. Pinellas County is proposing the development of the RRRF to provide long-term regional solution for biosolids management. This project aims to address potential regulatory changes by creating beneficial and reusable products from biosolids, such as renewable energy and fertilizers. This agenda item seeks to only authorize the beginning of negotiations to explore the feasibility and the potential benefits of joining this facility. The final interlocal agreement will be brought back to City Council for consideration once terms have been negotiated. This action aligns with the city's strategic priority to achieve high-performing government by fostering regional cooperation and maintaining public infrastructure. It also supports our strategic goal of environmental stewardship by exploring sustainable solutions for biosolids management. I have a brief presentation. All right, I'm going to speak very briefly to the shortlisted technologies, and I'm also going to share where we are in the process. Again, I'll be brief. So this is the baseline. This is actually what Pinellas County currently does. To some degree, we do this as well. We do not do the thermal drying, which would be additional to it, which would heat and cause the biosolids to reach 90%, which is a very, very coarse material. It takes quite a bit of the water out of it. In this alternative, so there's three alternatives that we're discussing. It includes THP, you see there in the middle, that's thermal hydrolysis. It kind of, you could view it as similar to the boiler with steam, kind of like a pressure cooker. So that would allow, break down the cells. So the cell walls of the microorganisms would break down in that situation, allowing for better digestion. So that's the added portion here of that. The third alternative that we'll discuss is the portion on the lower right-hand side of the slide, as you can see here. That's pyrolysis. So that would heat what comes out of the thermal drying, which is that 90%, that would heat that to roughly 300 to 900 degrees centigrade without the presence of oxygen. And that would create that biochar and that pyrogas, that sign gas that you'd see, which is actually a usable byproduct also. That said, there's also some slides here that we can discuss if you would like to, but I really wanted to speak to this project schedule here. So this is where we're at, is the beginning of phase 2 in the design criteria package. This is where we would choose to either enter into or not enter into an interlocal agreement with the county. Following that phase, and again, that would be a 20-year design, build, and operate with the county coming online roughly around the 2029, 2030 timeframe. Is there any questions that you have or anything that I could share?
Yeah. Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to this agenda item? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion or questions? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.4.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Thank you. Agenda item 6.5.
Approve the memorandum of understanding with the Federal Aviation Administration for the operation maintenance of a visual approach slope indicator at the Clearwater Executive Airport and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Mike McDonald, Marine and Aviation Director. The Federal Aviation Administration is requesting renewal of their agreement with the City of Clearwater for the continued operation and maintenance of the visual approach slope indicators at Clearwater Airport. These navigational aids installed at both runway ends are critical for aviation safety by ensuring proper glide path approaches for landing aircraft. The City Council first approved a 20-year lease with the FAA in 1985, followed by a renewal in 2005, which expires September 30th, 2025. The proposed memorandum of understanding extends the agreement for another 20 years, beginning October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2045. Importantly, this agreement comes at no cost to the city, as the FAA assumes full responsibility for operation and maintenance. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.5? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.5.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.6.
Authorize purchase orders to multiple vendors for the purchase of computer parts, product maintenance, servers, and network equipment in the cumulative not to exceed amounts of $3,500,000 for a term October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026, or through expiration of the respective contract if earlier pursuant to Clearwater Code of Ordinances, Section 2.56(1)(6) piggyback, and Section 2.561(5) small purchases, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Mayor, council members, Dan Mayer, IT Director. This is our annual multi-vendor. We like to use these piggybacks because they are larger pools of vendors basically and commodities. When we do it at the state level, it gives us a discount that we would not get at our scale normally. We've increased it this year by $1 million. We'll have to be building out the utility SCADA network. This is required by Homeland Security, and we have to come into compliance within the next 18 months. So we'll be purchasing quite a bit of equipment for their SCADA systems. I'll be happy to take any other questions.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to this agenda? If not, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.6.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.7.
Authorize purchase orders to Control Southern, Inc. of Suwanee, Georgia, DevTech Sales, Inc. of Avon Park, Florida, Equipment Controls Company of North Cross, Georgia, Technico of Lake Worth, Florida, for the purchase of natural gas meters and regulators in the cumulative and annual not to exceed amounts of $1,600,000 for the term October 1, 2025 through September 31, 2026, with two one-year renewal options pursuant to invitation to bid 45-25, and authorize the appropriate officials to execute same.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. CGS Energy requests authorization to purchase gas meters, regulators, and associated parts in an amount not to exceed $1.6 million for the term starting October 1st through September 31st, 2026, with options for two one-year renewals. We've received 5 submissions, and 4 companies represent the lowest, most responsible bids. The 4 companies are Control Southern, DevTech, Equipment Controls, and Technico. And I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Anyone here from the public tonight desire to speak to agenda item 6.7? Not, is there any council discussion? If none, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.7.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 6.8.
Reappoint Kelly Batsford and Frank Cornier to the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board with terms expiring September 30, 2029. Council members, both individuals have been serving on NAHAB and are able to be reappointed and are willing to serve again.
Does anyone here from the public desire to speak to this agenda? If not, is there any discussion with council? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.8.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.9.
Appoint Richard Fox, the Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board, as a citizen actively engaged as a real estate professional in connection with affordable housing with an unexpired term through June 30, 2026. Council members, Ms. Lindsay Dykes Harrison has been serving in this capacity for quite some time, but unfortunately, due to her work schedule, she is unable to continue serving on the board, and Mr. Fox is the only applicant we have in file with this category.
Okay. Does anyone here tonight from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.9? If not, is there any council discussion? If none, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 6.9.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.10.
Mayor, 6.10 through 6.13 are my items. I'll try to be brief. 6.10 is our latest agreement with Baker Hostetler. They are the firm that provides outside environmental counsel services for us. For a little bit of context, environmental law is highly specialized. We do insource as much as we can, and it is expensive, so we try to send as little to them as possible, to be candid. However, there are times when we do need that outside expertise because we don't have it in-house. Frankly, it would cost a lot more money for us to actually hire an environmental lawyer full-time. Historically, we've spent about $15,000 a year on this service. That's 1.5, which obviously is a lot less than it would cost us to pay a lawyer to be here full-time. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Does anyone here tonight desire to speak to agenda item 6.10? If not, is there any council discussion? Now, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 6.10.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 6.11.
Mayor, 6.11 through 6.13 involve active litigation. As the council is aware, Michael Felino from the city attorney's office has been appointed as the city attorney for Northport. I'm very proud of him. I think he's going to do an amazing job for the city of Northport, but it is hard to lose some of your best people. And so because he is our chief litigator, with his departure, we are going to need to bring some items to the council to transition those to outside representation, at least for the time being, to ensure that the city as well as our employees are appropriately represented. 6.11 through 6.13 represent all of those. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. At this time, is there anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 6.11, 6.12, or 6.13? Okay. Yeah. Okay.
On item 6.13, the owner would like to resolve the issues with the city. He's worked and lived in Bay Esplanade for 38 years. Concerning the boat ramp, he'd sell his interest for $75,000. Considering he would also donate a couple of sites. This is a complicated issue, but there's a map with each one. He would donate the part next to the rec center. He would donate parcel 2. He would sell the other part of the rec center for 3.5. He's got an MAI appraisal for $7 million and the boat launch for $75,000. And the last thing here is where the property was signed over to him in 2005 by Frank Hibbert and Pam Akins. Any questions on that? The owner's here if you have any questions for him.
Yeah, this is just an opportunity for comment on it. I don't know that it's
I
not
understand.
really an appropriate place for settlement negotiations, if you can understand.
Absolutely. So we
We're
would
just
just ask you to-
talking, the agenda item is to consider who we would engage as outside counsel to help, hopefully, talk with your client about resolving it. But that's not, this agenda item is just about who we're going to choose to
Right.
engage in those negotiations.
Understood. It just would be an option to table this item today and have him work directly with your internal attorney, Mr. Margolis. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Anyone else desire to speak to agenda item 6.11 through 6.13?
She said there was
Didn't the
two.
major
Yeah,
savings-
Mr. Blackwood, do you want to speak or no? Okay.
Okay. Any discussion? All right. Is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda items 6.11, 6.12, and 6.13.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Okay. Agenda item 7.1.
Mayor, this is the second reading of ordinance number 9825-25, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, repealing sections 2.081, 2.082, 2.083, and 2.084 Code of Ordinances, and to change the name of Clearwater Air Park to Clearwater Executive Airport in section 4.23, providing an effective date.
Good evening, Council. Mayor Mike McDonald, Marine and Aviation Director. The ordinance repeals the sections of the code that establish the Air Park Advisory Board and updates Chapter 4 to rename Clearwater Air Park as Clearwater Executive Airport. These changes modernize the code, align with current operations, and better reflect the airport's role and use. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone here from the public tonight desire to speak to agenda item 7.1?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm joined by Vice President and Secretary of the Clearwater Neighborhoods Coalition. As an extension of the City Council, the city's advisory boards play a vital role in providing citizen engagement, insight, and oversight on projects, plans, and initiatives in a public forum. These boards are not just procedural bodies, they are cornerstones of transparency and communication between residents and their government. While it's fair to review advisory boards for efficiency, we strongly urge you not to consolidate the Environmental Advisory Board, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, and Library Advisory Board, and not to disband the Air Park Advisory Board. Each of these boards provides unique and irreplaceable expertise that strengthens Clearwater's governance. The Parks and Recreation Department is the second largest piece of the city's budget. Its advisory board provides meaningful discussion that has helped residents improve one of the city's largest resources, its parks. The Environmental Advisory Board has supported and advocated policies that have made Clearwater a more resilient and sustainable community. These policies have helped the city save millions of dollars and would not be at the forefront of the community if not for the board's advocacy efforts. The Air Park Advisory Board plays a critical role providing citizen insight and oversight coupled with aviation and industry expertise to shape present and future operations at the multi-million-dollar city-owned resource. These boards meet quarterly and each meeting is supposed to be 2 hours or less. The cost savings from combining these boards seems negligible, and the reduction in public discourse seems more like shuttering sunshine than a cost savings measure. Disbanding the Air Park Advisory Board because the company tasked with running the operations to the airport meets without sunshine constraints certainly reads more like removing important discussions about a city resource from the public. It should also be noted that many members of the city's advisory boards are graduates of the City Citizens Academy, which promotes serving on these boards to its graduates. Consolidating and disbanding citizen advisory boards is a decision that significantly reduces transparency and residents' ability to address the government. The City Council has continued to keep public comment on items not on the agenda off the agenda. Please do not further erode and reduce the few remaining public forums we have. Thank you very much.
Anyone else here tonight desire to speak to this agenda? This time we'll take council discussion. Oh, excuse me. I missed you.
Quite all right.
Patrick Raftery, countryside area of Clearwater. I come to speak on this item relative to something I just learned about just the other day, and that is with reference to renaming this to Clearwater Air Park. I saw a report that indicated that there are only 3 airports in the country that are proposed as air parks that do not have a beacon installed and operating. One of those airports is in California with a population of 11,000 people. The second one is also in California with a population of 9,000. The proposed air park in Clearwater without a beacon is with a population of 117,000. My focus is on the safety issue. As you all recall, we had a terrible tragedy not too long ago with an airplane that could not locate the Clearwater Air Park, ended up crashing into a mobile home off of US 19. The pilot was killed. 2 women who had simply come home from a golf outing, sitting in their mobile home, were tragically killed as well. I believe, and it was recommended at the time, that a beacon perhaps probably would have allowed that air pilot to land at Clearwater Air Park. I understand it has been completely funded. It is available for installation. And the only thing I would suggest is perhaps the council could pause the activity on renaming this air park until such time as that beacon is installed and operating for no other reason than to prevent another tragedy which previously occurred. Thank you very much.
Is anyone else here from the public tonight desire to speak to this, Jim? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? Okay, now is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.1.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Agenda item 7.2.
Mayor, 7.2 is ordinance number 9851-25, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the operating budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, to reflect increases and decreases in revenues and expenditures for the general fund, gas fund, marine fund, parking fund, special development fund, and special program fund as provided herein, providing an effective date.
Okay. Is anyone here from the public tonight desire to speak to agenda item 7.2? If not, is there any council discussion? If not, is there a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 7.2.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Agenda item 7.3.
We have ordinance number 9852-25 on second reading, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the capital improvement budget for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, to reflect a budget increase of $6,048,461, providing an effective date.
Anyone here from the public tonight desire to speak to agenda item 7.3? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? Now, is there a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 7.3.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to agenda item 8, city manager reports.
Nothing, sir.
Agenda item 9, city attorney reports.
Nothing, Mayor.
Agenda item 10.1 is my item to designate a Red Star City and adopt resolution 25-13, which we discussed at the last meeting. You want to read the resolution for
Yes,
us?
Mayor. We have Resolution 25-13, a resolution of the City of Clearwater, Florida, designating Clearwater as a Red Star City to recognize and support families of military service members, veterans, and first responders lost to suicide, providing an effective date.
Okay. Anyone here from the public desire to speak to agenda item 10.1? Hearing seeing none, is there any council discussion? Now is there a motion?
Motion.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve agenda item 10.1. Apologies.
Second.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Move to agenda 10.2, and Councilmember Cotton, I believe that's yours.
It is. Thank you very much. So agenda item 10.2, I'm bringing this item before council because of Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated for standing unapologetically for the very principles that form the bedrock of our republic: free speech, open dialogue, and the right to hold open and honest debate without the fear of violence. Whether one agrees with him or not, the idea that one person can be silenced for their belief should disturb every one of us in this room. This proposal is not about headlines or political theater. It is about honoring a civic principle that protects everyone, the freedom to speak, to disagree, and to be heard. In Clearwater, we should be able to meet the ideas with ideas, not silence. We should strive to be a place where neighbors treat one another with respect, where we hear every voice, not just the ones we agree with, and where we dig deep, even when we disagree. I bring this forward not because I expect unanimous agreement, but because I believe every voice should matter in the city. And I reject the idea that our civic spaces should only reflect one side of the American conversation. This is about courage, not comfort. It's about ensuring that values of liberty and open discourse.
Folks, please let the council member continue. If we get an agenda item, if we get some action, you'll have a chance to come up and talk, but let's all be respectful and let him say what he needs to say.
Thank you, sir. I bring this forward not because I expect unanimous agreement, but because I believe every voice should matter in this city. And I reject the idea that our civic spaces should only reflect one side of the American argument. This is about courage, not comfort. It's about ensuring that our values of liberty and open discourse are preserved for everyone in Clearwater. I understand this is not universally popular, but leadership isn't about taking polls, it's about standing firm for what matters. I believe this is the right thing to do for Clearwater, and I welcome the open and honest conversation that comes with it. So with that, if somebody would like to make a second, I will make a motion so that these people can come and have opportunity to speak.
Folks, please order. Folks, we have to maintain order or we can't continue the meeting. Okay, so please let the council deliberate and then
I'm not
we'll have an opportunity.
100% sure what happened there. It's a multitude of people, so these people. I'll make a motion to continue to support this endeavor going forward. If somebody would like a second, just to allow everybody to speak.
Please, we can't have discussion up here if we can't hear each other talk because there's so much noise in the back. So if you can't hold your emotion right now, I'm going to have to ask you to leave because we can't talk and even get to the point where we can invite you to have comment if we can't talk first. So thank you for helping us. Okay. So is there a second to the motion? Okay. So the motion dies for lack of a second. Okay. Folks, please, we're gonna ask you one more time. If you can't maintain order, help us maintain order, we're gonna have to ask everybody to leave, okay? So thank you for coming tonight. We know you all had this on the agenda to talk about, and we may continue to talk about it. I want to talk about, even though, folks, really, if you've got a conversation, please exit. I do want to talk about what you brought up, because I think, obviously, not everybody agrees with honoring Charlie Kirk, but I didn't want tonight to be a debate about Charlie Kirk. To me, that doesn't honor Charlie Kirk. There are differences of opinions, and we are hearing many of those. We've got many of the emails. I would like us to talk briefly about how we name things after folks in Clearwater. Historically, my understanding, we've been really conservative on parks, buildings, anything after anyone. I think the city clerk shared with me earlier this year about how we name things that historically it's only been posthumously. Yes. Yeah. But naming a street is a big deal. And then some of the folks that have written in, it's been pointed out, not whether it's for Charlie Kirk or somebody else, it's a big deal because it changes the number of I mean, it changes everybody's address. There's all those things you're gonna go through. So I think it's good that as a community, we've been slow and gradual to consider this kind of thing. I'm not sure 19 days after Charlie Kirk passed, it's time to look at it, but I would like for us to talk about how we honor maybe others who have served Clearwater for many, many years. Folks, work with me, okay? I'm trying to get us out of here. I'm just trying to move a discussion. I would like to see us in an upcoming work session talk about how we honor folks with naming all kinds of things. It doesn't have to be a street, it could be a park asset, it could be a building. But this council certainly hasn't talked about doing that for anybody some time we've been on. And I don't know when's the last time we named even a ball field after somebody in honor. It's been a while, I think.
Actually, the ball field was recently, within the last 12 months, there was a petition before council to rename a ball field. I apologize, I don't remember his name, but that was recent.
But I'd like to see us have a upcoming council meeting discussion on how we honor folks, because some of my questions tonight were, what can we do? What can we not do? What can we name and what can we not name? And I think an upcoming work session to have that discussion.
May I? Yeah. So I've got the same emails you've got, if not probably more, because we can see the applause of what happened here. And that's okay. That's what I'm literally coming at. I want you guys to be able to come here and voice your opinions, and I'm actually glad that you did. That's what this whole thing is about. So I'm all for a process, and there are a multitude of people. And it's not that I was doing this because Charlie Kirk passed away. He was assassinated literally this is summed up in one sentence. Charlie Kirk was assassinated for bringing a second mic, and that was for allowing you to challenge him and to have the open and honest dialogue that I talked about. So,
folks, we're getting very close to the end of the meeting. We can't just, okay?
So with
we're already
that-
through our agenda, but I'm just asking you just to take a deep breath and just relax for a minute and let us finish our meeting, okay? This is the last time I'm gonna ask. We're gonna clear the room after this.
So with that being said, I don't take it lightly. I think it is something big, but that was the reason in which I was doing it, because of those values of open and honest dialogue, to hear what other sides have to say. Because if we constantly just sit in silence about being berated and not wanting to say what you feel needs to be said, then we don't make it anywhere, and there is going to be further division and further people that are stifled. But if we're able to come together and voice our differences of opinion, kind of like I'm doing now, in front of 200 people, you know where I stand with that, and I would love to hear where you stand with it. I have no problem with that. That's what we do.
Folks, you can write us, you can call him, he'll talk to you. But this is the last time I'm going to say this. If you cannot hold yourself, if you can't be polite and respectful, please leave now. That's the last time I'm going to say this. It's ridiculous. We're all adults. Let the gentleman to continue his thoughts. The last time I'm going to ask you, and then we're just going to have to clear the room. That's unfortunate. I'm glad that you all came out. You felt strongly about it, but can you not just hold your voice for just a minute? We're almost done. Let the gentleman finish, and then we'll move on to the next agenda item, and then we'll adjourn the meeting.
So again, I knew the gravity, and that's why I, as a council member, have the ability to put something on the agenda. I've followed what this council has asked. I did not just put a single line item. I followed the rules of what I now know we can do and not violating sunshine, and put as much of a description as I could in order to hopefully have a discussion going forward. I am no way opposed to naming other streets or parks or ball fields against anybody that's important in this area. I am fully open for that discussion, of which I've responded to many of you to that. However, as stated, that's why I saw this as important. Again, it's for the American spirit of open dialogue, to make sure that I know how each and every single one of you feel, truly, I mean that, and then how I can help, or we can come to a solution together to make Clearwater best. I am only one person. You are one person, but together we make the multitude that can lift everything up and move this place forward better for generations to come. So, I mean, that's just why I was doing what I was doing, and I look forward to seeing whatever we wanted to see. Again, I want everybody in this room to know, I see you. I made the motion to allow you to try and speak, and it was shot down. So I wanted to hear from you. I made that motion. That's what it takes to hear from the public. And here we are, so.
Thank you for letting him finish, okay? Anything else from the council on this agenda item? We'll move to agenda item 11. Yeah.
Council members, just for the public, the reason why public comment is not going to be taken because the motion dies, so there is nothing to discuss.
Yeah, thank you. We're not moving forward.
What he wants to know, what people in this area feel and how they feel.
Okay, well, look, okay, we're gonna take public comment, okay? But can I share with you that I think we've probably received more emails on this than we've received on any other. If you've already written to us, we've probably read your email. We're not taking action on this, the motion died, but we are gonna take public comment. So at this time, everybody if you wanna speak, give your comment card to the.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Dr. Jennifer Griffin. I actually live in St. Petersburg, but I used to work up here, and I was quite disturbed when I heard about this proposal that you submitted, Cotton. I'm just going to quote Charlie Kirk. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. It's happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. It's happening more and more. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder if she's there because of her excellence or is she there because of affirmative action? You had to go and steal a white person's slot to go be a token and to be taken somewhat seriously. The American Democrat Party hates this country. They want to see it collapse. They love it when America is less white. Those are exact quotes from Charlie Kirk. What the media is not doing is they are not playing his quotes. And I am dressed in my normal occupational attire here to let you know that along with Ketanji Brown Jackson, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson Lee, and Joy Reid, I am a black woman who is absolutely educated. And it was not given to me because I'm black. My father was a lawyer who was educated at Harvard Law School. That was not given to him because he was black. So I want you to know that as you try and deify Charlie Kirk, you are also deifying white supremacy. And do you want white supremacy to reign here in Clearwater? I ask you. I ask you. Answer.
Yeah. Please. It's her time with the microphones, please.
My time is not up yet.
No, I'm trying to get them to quiet down so you can finish.
So I want to ask you, is white supremacy the rule of law here in Clearwater? I'm asking him because he's the one who proposed deifying this person.
Ma'am, this is your time to make a presentation to us.
Okay. So what I am
So
saying.
if I may, real quick, because it's not being conveyed, this is your time to speak. We don't speak back
Okay,
to
I
you.
won't-
That's how this
then
works.
that's
So
fine.
I'm not trying not to answer you. I was waiting for that to be
All I did was
clarified.
quote verbatim what Charlie Kirk's words were. Are those divisive words? Are those collective words that bring you in? No. Those are
Thank you,
words
ma'am.
of hate.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Next speaker. Yeah.
Good evening, council. My name is Jonathan Wade, lifelong resident of the city of Clearwater, president of NAACP, and I'm here tonight just to say, first of all, thank you for not seconding the motion that allowed this issue to die. Mr. Kirk didn't have ties to Clearwater. He didn't have anything that he brought to Clearwater. And the council, as you know, is nonpartisan, and he was definitely conservative right-wing, and his claim to fame is he helped college students get elected to help President Trump get elected. And we're in a time in our life where the laws and rules that we've gained are being rolled back. And from the national office of the NAACP, and I spoke to our national chairman, he had a resounding no on this issue, and I'm glad that you saw fit to not allow it to move forward. There are many people in Clearwater who have already served, as you already stated, Mayor, that have contributed to the city. You know, I sat on the development boards for 12 years of Parks and Rec. I sat on the mayor's task force for 4 years. I've given a lot of my time to the city of Clearwater. I don't want any honor or anything, but what I do want is to not be placated or to have people be disrespectful to the pain that certain individuals cause African Americans, and to want to name a street after him speaks volumes. And I'm glad you guys nixed that, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Wade. Next speaker.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Eleanor Breland. I'm a fourth generation Clearwaterian. And in case you didn't understand why people were upset with you earlier, it was because you referred to people out there who are citizens and registered voters and just people with having interests, because you referred to them as you people or those people. I don't know exactly which one you said because I can't remember. I was just so incensed. That is a racist comment. That's the way African Americans were referred to or are referred to by white conservative Americans. Those people, you people. Nobody likes to be referred to as that. If you had said citizens or the people, that's one thing, but not that. Okay. Going back to the subject, as Reverend Wade said, Mr. Wade, this gentleman, I don't think anybody should be assassinated or killed. I don't know why his was an assassination instead of just a shooting, but if you want to put it up to an assassination, fine. But nobody should be killed like that, and my heart goes out to his wife and his children. But people are killed or assassinated every day, and we don't name streets after them. That's the problem I had with trying to name a street after somebody that had nothing to do with Clearwater, nothing really to do with society that was peaceful, wanting people treated respectfully, these kinds of things that are the values supposedly of this country. If those are the values that we hold dear, then we definitely don't need to name a street after somebody that puts down a segment of that population, a segment of our population. I'm not in the group, but I respect them enough not to denigrate them publicly over and over again. This is wrong. God told us to love everybody, and you can't love them if you're going to put them down and denigrate them. And that's why I don't want a street, definitely not the main street that comes in the Clearwater with all of the millions of visitors that come here year in and year out named after him? Absolutely not. It doesn't have anything to do with how he died or who respects his opinion or whatever it is. I think he had a right to say whatever he needed to say to whoever wanted to listen without being killed.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for allowing me the time.
Yeah.
My name is Jack Robinson III. When I saw on TV that you wanted to name a street after a man that thought that I shouldn't get the chance to go to college, I called my father. I was worried. I am an Irish, Italian, African-American male. I cut people open and I save their lives every day. And I have had to live through being the black man, not the Irish, Italian, African-American. I'm always the black man. I walk in to surgery and I'm checked by the security guard, but the guy, and I wear a shirt and tie every day when I walk in the hospital, but the guy that looks like he's gonna blow the place up, nobody says anything to. And for some reason, you wanted to name a street after a man who thinks my sister, who graduated #1 in her class, she didn't earn that. She didn't work her butt off. For a man that made statements like, I don't know, he didn't love our country, he hated me. He hated everything about my life. I go to City Life Church, I'm an active member. I work with the kids there, and I have to look at kids. I've been told when I got there that we need another one like you. They didn't mean the way they didn't truly, deeply mean what they said, but they did. Oh, well, there's lots of single moms or dads out there, there's boys that need somebody like you in their life. And I have to look at a kid and say, I don't know why they hate you. I grew up in a very racist town in Girard, Ohio. And I didn't know it was racist until I was 30 years old, when somebody told me, well, when they called you mild Caucasian, they were making fun of your family because you were good enough to talk to and fix their cars, because that's what my dad did, but not good enough to have dinner at their house. I didn't understand, I'm sorry, I didn't understand how an area that has nothing to do with an individual at all. He's not from here, I'm not from here, but I'm active in the community, big time. I am with Back to School, I help out with some state representatives, I do anything and everything. I don't have kids, it's just me. And we wanted to name a street after someone, and you made the statement of all the positive that this guy did. Yeah, he talked to people and he got people to vote, great. But in the same sentence, he got people to hate. He said it was okay to murder somebody because, hey, sometimes we just have to have a few of those people to lose out on. What on God's green earth do you think that is safe and possible for anybody? And I know I got 10 seconds, so I'll close with, there is nowhere in the Bible where we are taught to honor evil, and how you die does not redeem how you lived.
Thank you,
You do
sir.
not become
Thank
a
you,
hero
sir.
in death
Thank you, sir.
when you were a weapon and the enemy of your life.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Ramesh Chaudhry, and I'm a resident of the city of Clearwater. I have written some stuff down, and I didn't realize it's going to get this emotional. I am a Muslim immigrant that moved to this country in 2002 to go to school. I have a degree in finance. I was on Wall Street for 7 years before I decided to move to Florida. Clearwater is the only place I've ever lived in when it comes to Florida. Everyone has been very loving. Most of the people have been very loving. We have difference of opinions, and that's what makes us beautiful, right? You have a right to speak, I have a right to speak, we have a right to disagree, we have a right to live together. Having said that, this is what I wrote, so I'm gonna go ahead with that. Good evening, I read that. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Unfortunately, a massive number of concerned citizens left as this was taking too long. I'm here today to voice my strong opposition to renaming one of our streets after Charlie Kirk. Street names are not just signs, they are permanent markers of what our community chooses to honor. They reflect our shared values and send a message to future generations about what we are and what we stand for. Charlie Kirk is a highly divisive political figure whose rhetoric and consistently fueled polarization, misinformation, and hostility. Whether one supports his policies or not, there is no denying that his name represents controversy rather than unity. Our streets should honor individuals who have made broad, positive contributions to society, people who bring communities together, not divide them apart. He was not even from here. Like, I mean, like, why are we not talking, if we are gonna honor someone, why are we not talking about the children of Parkland or Pulse nightclub? Why are we bringing this one individual here? It's mind-boggling. Back to my story. We have countless local leaders, educators, veterans, civil rights advocates, and community servants who embody the very best of our city and who have truly earned the recognition of a street name. Why overlook them in favor of a national political personality whose legacy is still unfolding and whose impact is deeply disputed? By naming a street after him, we risk cementing division into this very fabric of our society and our city. I urge the council to choose a name that reflects unity, progress, and service, qualities that everyone, or most people, in our society and our community can take pride in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Reba Harrison, and I'm from the city of Clearwater. Mr. Cotton, you spoke on inclusion and not exclusion. Mr. Kirk has done a lot in the community and for our nation when it comes to gun violence. But I'm a product that's from the city of Clearwater. I am first generation the city of Clearwater. My mother has been a sole proprietor in this city for 52 years. I worked for the city of Clearwater. It was my first job, summer program. I could not believe that we were considering naming anything after a man that could say that my single black mother raised me to be a proud citizen of my city of Clearwater, my first job being the city of Clearwater, me graduating from Clearwater High, me graduating from the University of South Florida, me graduating from St. Leo with my master's in business, my master's in social work, to turn around and be a proud black woman to drive down the middle of my city named after that prejudiced individual. And I know that my city has busted its tail for 50 of my years to not be a diverted, excluded city. As a child, I could not drive in the car without seeing racial hate and people being pulled out of cars, beat up, going through North Greenwood because of racial inequality. The economic distribution patterns in this city sucked. And I'm a product that says that it can change. Change is supposed to be the city of Clearwater's name. I'm a product of what change looks like for the city of Clearwater. And it was so disappointing that that could even be a possibility. And that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Firstly, I want to say thank you for not seconding this proposal. This proposal was to rename the street to Charlie Kirk Way.
Excuse me.
My
Yeah.
name is Alex,
To the clerk.
and I am
Thank
from
you.
Clearwater.
Yeah.
I'd like to address this specifically, Charlie Kirk Way, okay? I'm not here to debate politics. I'm trying to help you understand why, like, what embodies the Charlie Kirk Way. So in 2023 at a Turning Point USA convention, he stated that we made a huge mistake when we passed the Civil Rights Act in the 1960s. This is the Charlie Kirk Way. Charlie was very vocal about his views on social media and on his podcast, once referencing black women by saying that they do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken seriously. This is the Charlie Kirk Way. He stated publicly that transgender people are an abomination to God, and, as another constituent said, that prowling blacks go around for fun to target white people. This is the Charlie Kirk Way. When asked about the genocide in Gaza, he denied the atrocities committed by Israel and proceeded to state that there's no such thing as Palestinians or Palestine, They do not exist. That I, as a Palestinian American, do not exist. This is the Charlie Kirk way. So I'd like to leave you with this. Charlie Kirk did share his views and beliefs openly with the world. These are just a few of them. That is freedom of speech. But it is also white supremacy. By even proposing to rename this street Charlie Kirk Way, not only are you normalizing white supremacy, but you are showing our communities that you stand with Charlie Kirk, but against our black and brown families, against our Palestinian loved ones, and against our LGBTQ neighbors. That you would be embracing and embodying these views because that would have been the true Charlie Kirk way. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Courtney. I moved here 11 years ago. I've been a homeowner for 10. I moved when it was a low cost of living, affordable housing. Bought my home, luckily, then. I was a little irritated with this for the fact of there wasn't much thought put into it. I feel like when you put that motion up, Kirk said about women, the only reason they should go to college is to get their MRS degree. And they should do it while they're young and attractive to be able to obtain that MRS degree. I obtained my Bachelor's of Science degree in Organizational Leadership, and I just finished my Master's of Science in Leadership from Duquesne University. So I think besides being sexist, toxic masculinity, racist, homophobic, all the other things, it just, for you to do this, not only to yourselves, to make this motion, but to everyone else to stay here this late and to put it at the very end of the agenda, I feel like, was there any kind of thought put into that at all? I just feel like in this type of world we're living in, the upside down, more sensitivity, more thought, and we actually have issues. We're flooding from just storms, not a regular hurricane. Has anything been done about that instead of talking about let's change the name of a road?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good to see you. Vice Mayor, Sporia, Chief Slaughter, Councilman. My name is Pastor Childs, President of Upper Pines County Ministry Alliance Pastors. Scripture tells us to, in all we get an understanding. And I really didn't know Mr. Kirk, didn't follow him, and I'm really sorry that he lost his life. Nobody should lose their life like that. Mr. Cotton, you've called me before, and only reason I'm here because when I got the word that it was you that made this proposal, Scripture says, we get good understanding. And I was trying to understand what you were thinking when you, you talked, and I heard what you were thinking. And I would like to say that Scripture also said, to win souls, you must be wise. That is not a wise decision. If you're trying to gain the support from the African American community, not a wise decision. Very not wise. Somebody that had no ties to Clearwater. And I began to research some of the things that he said, and some of the things that he said is a slap in the face to the black community. We're tired of being slapped in the face. We're tired of being slapped in the face. It's not going to divide us, it's going to make us stronger. But it's going to divide you and us when you make decisions like this. I would have voted to name the road after Mayor Rector. I would have voted to name after Mr. Slaughter, but Charlie Kirk. Then I thought about another gentleman that lived on Court Street, Mac Dixon Sr. Yeah, he lived there, right there on Court Street. The first black establishment where the St. Matthew Cemetery still sits. And I was trying to figure out how and what you were thinking. Wrong message, wrong man, wrong city, wrong place, wrong season. With all of the more serious issues we got in Clearwater, why name a street? We got a lot of more things we need to be concerned about. The pastors are against this. And I appreciate y'all taking our comments. Mayor Rector, it was the right thing to do, let the people talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Clifford Mills. I was finishing concrete this morning when my wife called me and told me that a cousin of mine informed her that someone had put forth a motion to name a street after that fellow. And I had to really sit down and take a minute and say, who in God's name would do that? Yes. And why? See, that's the question right now. Why? How did you align yourself with that ideology that doesn't sit well with anyone but those people who follow? And they've been trained to follow. They've been guided to follow. And it's sad. A young lady came up here and said she was a fourth generation Clearwater resident. I am too. My father had to sell a business back in the 40s. His business was at Park Street, just down from 5 Points on Greenwood, behind the bear that sat in a cage. He was forced to sell his business because some people came by and said they were going to blackball him because he was one of the first, and I mean the first in the state of Florida, to use mercury to make mirrors. And there are some mirrors still in Clearwater in some residences that my father made. And because he didn't want to reveal how that was done, certain people, certain elements of the society came by and said, look, you got to get out of here. So he had to sell his business to Norm Kirkland, which was Glass Service Company right on Court Street, 644. I know that address in my sleep. My father was a captain in the Army Air Corps. He had 2 majors from, I think it was Atlantic Memorial or something like that, and I'm getting brain fog right now. My mother had 2 master's and a bachelor's degree from Florida A&M University. She raised 4 kids right on Palm Bluff Street. My father couldn't buy a house. He had to get a Norm Kirkland to pay $1 for a house to have it moved over there, and my father and my uncle refurbished the house right there. My father and mother wouldn't let us ride the city bus because he didn't want us to be subjected to going to the back of the bus. So we never rode the bus. We walked to downtown, across to what they call the Heights, which would be on the south side of Cleveland Street, from our home in Palm Bluff. Wouldn't let us go to the movies until they had safeguards on Cleveland Street for us to go watch the movies. And that was late.
Thank you, sir.
But this name, for this guy, I don't know how you even come up to even suggest that kind of crap. It's mind-boggling.
Thank
really.
you, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Patricia McDaniel. So many eloquent speakers, mine may not come close to that. A city council has the duty to act in the best interests of its residents. And one of those things is to foster a sense of true community through fair, transparent, and responsible decision-making. This resolution does not do that. Charlie Kirk's murder was tragic, and no one should lose their life for their views. But naming Clearwater Street after him does not honor our city. He was not a resident of Clearwater or of Florida. His work did not serve our community. While some admire him and his views and skills as a debater, many experience his rhetoric as divisive and exclusionary. To rename Court Street for him would suggest that Clearwater endorses a narrow vision of who belongs here: Christian, white, straight, and male-oriented. That is not who we are. I have lived in Clearwater for 47 years. I have taught and counseled students in Pinellas County schools. I have witnessed firsthand diversity, resilience, and strength of our people. Clearwater is a community of many faiths, races, orientations, and backgrounds. We should honor that diversity, not diminish it. If the council believes Court Street should be renamed, there are countless men and women who have devoted their lives to this city. People who build bridges across differences, served the vulnerable, and strengthened our neighborhood. This decision is not about one man. It is about the values we choose to elevate, the message we send to our children, and the legacy we leave for the future. Let us not choose division. Thank you.
I have a statement to read on behalf of my friend Greta Finney, who had to leave early because she wasn't feeling well. It is a costly mistake to change Court Street to Charlie Kirk Way. I'm opposed to changing the name of Court Street to Charlie Kirk Way. As a landlord in the city of Clearwater and retiree who has worked for decades in the city, I urge you, reject this ill-advised consideration to rename Court Street to Charlie Kirk Way. As a concerned resident of Clearwater, and on behalf of other residents and property owners in the area, I believe this change would have a negative impact on our community. Melbourne City Council just voted down a proposal to rename a street after Charlie Kirk. Some worried it would deter businesses from investing in the area. Others said the political activist wasn't from the area and shouldn't be memorialized. Another council member thought he was too controversial and would further divide the community. Renaming a public road to honor a controversial figure will cause trauma to marginalized communities, create public division, and disrespect the historic struggle against injustice. Such actions also ignore the significant costs and negative public reception often associated with these changes. It's already causing public harm and division. Place names are not neutral. For marginalized groups living on or traveling down a street named for someone who promoted racist beliefs can be a source of constant pain and trauma. Cruelty should not be a feature of bright and beautiful Clearwater. It undermines community. Renaming can become a flashpoint for political and social battles, creating significant division within a community. It is foolhardy and valueless to pit residents against each other and against local government. It damages a community's reputation. In a globalized world, a community's decision reflects its character and can affect its public image. Deliberately renaming such an important thoroughfare to honor such a divisive figure can harm a community's reputation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks, Thank you.
Good evening. Patricia Barris from Bel Air. Obviously, all the comments before me make the point, but I'm still going to read my statement anyway. Renaming Court Street to Charlie Kirk Way is extremely divisive and would unnecessarily divide the community. The name Charlie Kirk Way is not a welcome mat. For the subset of the population that may find this appealing, there will be just as many that will be repelled. Some people and some visiting tourists will no longer feel welcome in the downtown area of the city of Clearwater. So rather than focusing on how to make the city of Clearwater better from an economic and infrastructure standpoint, divisive politics seems to be the goal of this proposal. The guy had less than 5 million followers globally. So if you do the math on 117,000 residents in Clearwater, that is less than 1% of a following. Hopefully, the residents of Clearwater are paying attention and have their eyes wide open when re-election time comes.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you,
Addie,
ma'am.
citizen of Clearwater. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. While I am deeply saddened by the tragic nature of Mr. Kirk's passing, I believe this is neither the appropriate way nor the appropriate time to pursue such action. Court Street is not just another road. It carries deep historic meaning to Clearwater and Pinellas County. Its name is rooted in the construction of the Pinellas County Courthouse, which was completed in 1918. That courthouse was designed by well-known architect Francis J. Kennard and is listed as a National Register of Historic Places. It stands as the very first permanent building in our county erected to serve as a seat of government. In 2015, the City of Clearwater itself, in partnership with the Pinellas County Historic Preservation Board, designated the courthouse as a local historic landmark. This building represents more than 100 years of civic history. To erase that by renaming Court Street would diminish our shared heritage. Beyond history, there are practical issues. Court Street is not only a city street, but also State Road 60. That means changing its name will require time and resources from both the city staff and the state. It will take taxpayers' dollars to replace signage, update maps, and adjust wayfinding systems. Those are resources that could be better directed to the community's pressing issues, like infrastructure, supporting affordable housing, funding public safety, or helping residents recover from hurricanes. I respect that Charlie Kirk had supporters, and I respect his right to his views. But we must also be honest. He was a deeply divisive character. Unlike other leaders, such as Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose legacy is rooted in unity, equality, and a vision that sought to bring people together, Mr. Kirk's public voice often did the opposite. He represented the perspective of some, but not the whole of our community. Naming a major historic thoroughfare after Mr. Kirk risks sending a message that we as a city are willing to honor figures who divide rather than unite. I ask you to consider this. If we are going to rename streets or public places, should we not focus on honoring local heroes, people who have built Clearwater, who served our community directly, who embody values of unity, service, and compassion? We have teachers, first responders, veterans, civic leaders, volunteers who have dedicated their lives to Clearwater. Those should be the streets, the names on the streets that our children should see. Those are the figures who truly represent the best of us.
Thank you, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you. My name is John Palm from Lutz. And I'd like to first say I'm very glad that the motion was not seconded and was not forwarded. I would hope that much more careful consideration in the future would be given to not only naming a street, but to naming anything after Charlie Kirk. It's a shame. I mean, it's a horrible tragedy that the young man was gunned down. That never should have happened. But for goodness sake, when you're going to name something after somebody, please do the research. Please know what he's known for. A lot of the quotes have been shared. I'd like to share a few more. In reference to the Democratic Party, he said, "The Democratic Party supports everything that God hates." In regards to feminism, he said, "To reject feminism, submit to your husband. You're not in charge."
Yeah. Yeah. Sir, just look at us.
Okay. I'm getting...
Turn your back, we have to stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
In regards to George Floyd, he said this guy was a scumbag. Okay? And in regards to Martin Luther King, he said MLK was awful. He was not a good person. He said one good thing and he actually didn't believe. And finally, in regards to empathy, He said, I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage. For heaven's sakes, do you want to be known for bigotry and hatred, or do you want to be known for empathy and compassion? Empathy is the basis of the golden rule. It's the basis of almost every formal religion in the world. Do you want to be known for empathy and compassion, or bigotry and hatred? Please consider that carefully, always in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Christine, Chris Michaelek, as you know, Council, I'm glad to be here, and I'm glad you're giving us the opportunity to speak. And you know this is not the first time I've spoken before you. I would like to share with you that I am honored and privileged to be here today with all these people, because I believe that this has been an education for all of us. It also supports one of my favorite quotes, which is, each of us is one injustice away from activism. Each of us is one injustice away from activism. I am happy and thrilled and excited that a second was not given to Councilman Cotton's motion, but I do have a question. Having come before the council before and having had the experience, I was aware and told that no agenda item can be put on the agenda unless 3 council people agree to it. That might have changed. I'm hoping that has changed, because in October of last year, we approached you with a motion and we were told we did not have 3 council people to support it. So let me just say that if any one of you supported this for the agenda, I am glad that you changed and listened to what had come before you. I'm not going to continue with what you've been told before, because you know, but I would ask you to reconsider, if that has not been the case, that in the future, before anything is put on the agenda, that 3 council members must agree to it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Andrea Evans-Dixon, and I'm glad, Mayor Rector, that you allowed the comments to come forth. I will not delay or diminish any of the comments that have come forth. They've all been accurate, they've all been factual, and they've all been said out of their hearts and with sincerity. I'm going to simply play a quick clip for someone that has been mentioned in one of the comments, and that is just simply so that we understand that we are not so far away from something that was said in the 60s. And as you listen to this clip, may those things and the numbers that you hear be reflective of what's happening in this city, because we do have a massive responsibility. We just sat through a presentation from Duke Energy, which could bring on more massive responsibilities, more importantly than renaming a street. So here we go.
I'm going to be honest enough to tell you that I'm worried about America. Yeah. I'm worried about our nation because it's sick with racism still. Just think about the fact that we live in a nation which was founded on the principle that all men are created equal. And yet men are still arguing over whether the color of a man's skin determines the content of his character. And I believe that the Lord told me to say to the United States of America that is sick with militarism and is sick with excessive materialism. Have you ever thought about it? There are between 38 and 50 million people in the United States of America who are poverty-stricken, making income less than the poverty level. And yet, this is the richest nation in the history of the world.
Thank you.
I should say good night, but it's good evening. Thank you all for allowing us to speak. My name is Loretta Hunter. I'm from 505 North Washington Avenue. We're still standing from the hurricane. All I want to say, or to remind you, when you said these people, you guys, we are actually your constituents. We are the taxpayers. We are your citizens. That was the part that upset me the most, that made me want to speak. Because without us, where would you be? So can you acknowledge us for who we really are and not these people, those people, these guys, you guys? I'm not your buddy in the gym that I'm your guy. I'm your constituent. I'm your taxpayer. I'm your client, however you want to look at it. Can you acknowledge us as that? That was what everybody got upset about with you, was when you said these people, you guys. Who are these people? That was the issue. So can you at least realize we are your citizens? We are the citizens of Clearwater. We are the taxpayers. Thank you. That's all I have to say. I just want to
If I might ask, how many more speakers do we have? Just 4? Okay. Well, we have a council rule that limits public comment to 60 minutes, which can be extended by the council, but do we want to go ahead and extend it for these 4? Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, thank you. We have agreement to extend it, so we just want to see who else wanted to speak. So go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Paulette Mack, and I just want to, I found out last night that the city of Clearwater was thinking about renaming Court Street. And I would like to address Councilman Cotton. You said that this was not political. However, the fact that you want to take this down Court Street, where our court system sits, it is very political. The fact that you want to take it down Court Street lets me know you want everyone to see that we celebrate Charlie Kirk. The fact that you want to take it down Court Street tells me not only are you celebrating him, but you're calling all of those followers to come to the city of Clearwater. You know what? This year has been a trying year. I don't know about you all, but it's been trying for me. It's been very trying because all I hear about is black people are not qualified. Black people have their jobs because of DEI. I don't have my job because I'm not qualified. I'm overqualified. I don't have my job because of DEI. I have my job because I'm qualified. And to bring the name Charlie Kirk into the city of Clearwater, I thought about it. I said, he didn't live here. He didn't do anything for the city of Clearwater. If he did, I'm not aware of it. And for my take on it, I think someone said it earlier, bad decision. Because what you're telling your black constituents is that you don't care about us. You're telling us, I want to honor Charlie Kirk. And that says to me, I can't vote you out of office because I don't live in Clearwater. But guess what? Those are your constituents. I can fight like hell with them to get you out of office. And anybody else, I know how to walk the streets, and I'm not a street walker, but I know how to walk the streets to get votes. So remember, I know you just got in office. Enjoy it, because we're going to put you out of office, and anybody else that does not do your job, that's what we're going to do. We're going to vote you out. Thank you.
Good evening, Lisa Lanza. I'll give a card. I just wanted to say that many people left because it was just too long. There were school teachers here, mothers and other workers, and they had to go home. So when you know there's something controversial like this, because this has happened many, many times
over the years. There's something very controversial. Even though people may not even come to the podium, they want to be in the room and they want to give support. But they can't stay till odd hours, or they didn't even know, like, how long is this meeting going to go on? So if you know it's a controversial topic, please put it at the beginning of the meeting so people can come, say what they have to say, and leave, and not at the end like this. And also, affirmative action also helped women. And I could say as a woman, I went into a male-dominated field, and I hate to give my personal story, but I'm going to, because I worked very hard and I had it all together to get this particular promotion. That would have really changed my life. And I know I was at the top of the list because I did a FOIA, because it was a government agency. And that job was given to a man who was a veteran who already had a job with the state government. And you're not allowed to use veterans preference twice. But this white man used veterans preference twice, and I lost that opportunity. And it really, I mean, it's okay, things all worked out, they always do. But it was heartbreaking for me because I really thought, you know, all of my efforts were gonna come to, anyway, that's my little personal story. But women also are affected and have been helped. Look over here, you know, jobs that women were just not able to get before. Now, white, black, red, yellow women can also get these jobs. We work together with the black community. As you know, white women really worked hard for the vote, and the black man got the vote first, and then the white, and then the women got the vote. First it went to the black men, and then the women. So please remember women of all colors. And I'm sorry for the people that had to go home. I was texting, you know, posting, please, you know, don't leave, come back, because I was really concerned that we weren't, you know, I'm really happy this many people stayed, but there were at least 3 times as many people who would have stayed, but they had to go home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Yeah, come on forward, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Darlene Allen, and I am a 49-year resident of Clearwater, Florida. I had prepared a speech, but a lot of the things I wrote have already been said. As I think of Charlie Kirk, and I must admit, I did not know a lot about him when he died. But because of the publicity and the outpouring, I said, who is this man? Now, he should not have been killed. Nobody should. I would never support that. And I support free speech. But the vile things that he said, he would not appreciate me standing up at this podium because he would say I am unqualified. I am grieving, not about Charlie Kirk. I feel sad for his wife and children. But 2 days after he was killed, my 16-year-old nephew laid down and did not wake up. All you hear is about Charlie Kirk. And as I reflected on Charlie Kirk's life and Jakari Moore's 16-year-old life, Jakari Moore had more love, compassion, care, friends than Charlie Kirk probably ever had. Yeah, Charlie Kirk had a lot of people supposedly at his funeral. I couldn't look at it. We just laid my nephew to rest Saturday. I didn't look at Charlie Kirk's thing. But what I saw at Jakari Moore's funeral, he was a basketball player. He was a track runner. And he was a leader. He kept kids straight. They got up and said, if it wasn't for him, I would have went astray. He was the leader of prayer. He led prayer. As a matter of fact, they said he was the only one on the team that knew the Lord's Prayer. Jakari's heart and mind had not been infected with this prejudice, this racism that is tearing our country apart. Jakari, I know where he's at. He's resting in peace. I don't know where Charlie is.
Thank you, ma'am.
Council, I had originally said I wasn't going to say anything, but one of the things that came to mind, I don't know if you know the story of Joseph, and his brothers sold him into slavery. And then there was a famine, and his brothers had to go to Joseph to ask for food. And they were afraid because they said, you know, we were evil and mean, and we threw him into the pit, and now he's going to get even. But if you know the rest of the story, what Joseph said to his brothers, what you meant for evil, God meant for good. So tonight, no matter what and how we got here, Ryan, God used you for good. Even though you didn't know it, you didn't know how this was going to turn out, because the tears that I have seen, the broken hearts that I've seen, the mending of spirits that I have seen tonight was designed and ordained out of something that could have been so terrible. So like so many, I had plenty of things I could say, but I think everybody has said it all. Good night. God bless.
I wasn't going to say, my name's Ernesta. I am a small business owner. I was not going to speak. The only thing I want to say is that I'm overwhelmed with emotion because the trauma that everyone is reliving from just that little act of putting that person's name, wanting to put someone's name on something that has invoked so much divisiveness, but also most of these people had no idea who he was. I had no idea. And to think that you guys would even contemplate having the conversation is mind-boggling to me. Because Florida is notorious for being racist. It is. And Clearwater, I have lived in St. Pete, Newport Richey, I've been to Miami, and Clearwater was actually the first place I moved to. And I'm from Philadelphia, I'm not original, sorry guys. I'm from Philly, but it was the first place I moved to where I actually felt comfortable to go out, to meet people, because it's such an eclectic group of people, gay, straight, old, young, international people. And I always tell my friends, like, oh, what's Florida like? I'm like, I live in Clearwater. It's great. I'm by the beach. Our issues are not, we have conversations, but to see that it's just simmering. And as elected officials, you have to be mindful. Freedom of speech is great, but you're responsible for what comes out of your mouth and the consequences that come with that. And you're responsible for what you put on that paper to then bring to the floor. So everyone in this room has to relive some racial trauma, any type of trauma, be a woman, a gay person, anyone, we're reliving it. And you as a white male get to sit in your privilege and watch. So please be mindful. No one is here, I don't know any of you guys. I voted, I looked at everybody, but I vote consciously. But I am more conscious now after tonight. Be mindful. We're all, and look at the people that are here. These people came out because it struck a chord. And if we weren't here, who knows if you guys would have said yes? I'm not saying you would, but we don't. So I just want to say that be mindful. Be mindful. We do vote. We vote in numbers.
Is there anyone else here that wants to be heard on this that hasn't had a chance to speak? Okay. Well, Yeah. We're getting ready to wrap up, so you're going to be able to go home. But I do want to thank you for coming out tonight and speaking, and I'm glad you had a chance to share that. I also want you to know, if you didn't speak tonight, but you wrote something to us, we read those. I read them. Unfortunately, because of the issue we had earlier on the agenda, where there was computer-generated mails coming to us on another issue, I couldn't respond to everyone that I got, but I know a number of my colleagues did respond to your emails, but we read them. So appreciate you coming out tonight, but anytime you have something to share by email too, or send us those, because we do read them as well. So thank you for coming. Thank you for helping me get through that part of the meeting, and thank you for your attendance tonight. And with that, we'll move to item 11, closing comments by council members. Yeah, we have just a couple items. So if you could just be quiet as you exit the room. Yeah. It's not over. Thank you. Yeah. Closing comments, item 11, closing comments by council members. So, Vice Mayor, do you have anything?
Yes. I want to thank everyone that came out, everyone that emailed, everyone that called. Everyone's voice is important. I also had the privilege of attending the celebration of life for Ed Armstrong, and the high attendance spoke volumes about the impact he had on so many. It was clear he was not only respected, but also deeply loved by those who knew him. The stories that were shared reflected a life defined by kindness, integrity, friendship, and much laughter. Being in that room surrounded by people whose lives Ed had touched was a powerful reminder of the legacy that he has left behind. On another note, I also, with Mayor Rector and our city manager, attended this Creative Loafing Best of Tampa Bay Awards. And I was thrilled to see how many Clearwater businesses and people were winners, and I want to congratulate them. Here's just a few. Dropkick Monkeys concert at the Sound, Spice Hot Pot, the Original Hooters, Cristino's, Lori Chong Bay Care Diabetes Services, Lucan's Flagship, Cameron Spiteri for Best Barber, the Humane Society, and Clear Sky in downtown also won. I also want to take this opportunity to thank all those who supported me and enabled me to win 2 categories, Best Fashion Designer and Best Politician, a unique combo that deserves a couple of chuckles, don't you think? And with that, I end it.
Yeah, thank you. Councilman Robert.
I got to tell you guys, this has been the most passionate outpouring of people that I've seen since I've been on council. You guys are great. Thank you so much for coming out and really talking from your heart. Each one of you were beautiful. I mean, we really, I'm sorry it came up to touch your heart so much, but I'm glad you came out and talked to us about it. So thank you very much for coming out.
Did you learn anything? Yeah, very good.
Oh, yeah, sure, we all did.
Yeah, Councilman Menino, anything? Councilmember Godwin, anything?
I appreciate you all. I mean, this is exactly what I was getting at. I appreciate you coming and voicing exactly what you had to say. I mean, truly, I really do. That's what this is about, is for you all not to be in fear, to be able to come and voice your opinions and us have that conversation. So I genuinely appreciate each and every person. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, with that, move to item 12, closing comments by mayor. We had 2 controversial things on the agenda tonight and a lot of differences of opinion. But one thing I've learned in a year and a half as mayor is we are all stronger together. And we have more in common than we have differences. And sometimes we need to talk through tough issues, and tonight we did. And I appreciate those of you who came out to do that. But we have so much potential as a community. When I see these kids growing up here and to make this city better and this community better, but it all starts with the folks that came out tonight to share their thoughts. And I encourage you all to continue to do that. Share your thoughts on how we can all work together to make Clearwater better. So with that, I don't have anything further, and we will adjourn the September 29, 2025 meeting of the Clearwater City Council.